As I invited me very nicely to a social event on Wednesday night, which I greatly appreciated. Yeah, nice to get a couple of days away, rest the vocal cords, and get the prep in for this one. Very interesting guard Adam Lyther's got there. Ben Rain targeting those pads. That's going to go down.
I think it's a run, mate.
As a run, it is. Adam Lyther will retain the strike. 5 off the opening over of the game.
What a career he's had. I mean, this is how long Adam Lyther's been around. I'm having a look at his scores against Durham. In the first game he played against Durham back in May 2008, the bowlers dismissing him were Steve Harmison and Graham Onions. I mean, that he has been around a fair old while. Did have that little foray in the England team. I think slightly unlucky as well not to have been given a slightly longer go. But
he was one of those long line of batters trying to partner Alistair Cook, wasn't he?
Yes, there were plenty of them that tried and didn't quite get there. Right, Matthew Potts, who we wondered actually if Matthew Potts might have to miss out this week. We've seen Sam Cook withdrawn from the Essex squad, presumably because he will finally make a deserved Test debut in that Test against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge in a month or so's time. So we wondered if Matthew Potts, having played the first 2 games of the season, might be asked to rest. I can confirm he isn't, because he's got ball in his hand from the Finkel end. 3 slips. Adam live on strike. Pushes it out to Ben McKinney. Both openers in both teams, wearing the number 9. Slight difference in height between Adam Live and Ben McKinney. Very different stages in their career, but I tell you what, speaking of that Zimbabwe Test, I wouldn't be surprised if Ben McKinney plays in that. 153 last week, most of those runs coming on day one. Just looked a complete cricketer.
The noise is getting louder.
We keep making it loud, to be honest. I keep hanging on about it. Start from Potts. You're absolutely right about Live, doesn't he? He shows all 3 stumps from his starting
And then
point.
he has the trigger movement to go.
It's more than a trigger though, isn't it, really? It's a step across.
Yeah.
It's not just a little dance. It's more of a full movement. 3,000 plus of you on the live stream already. Morning
Good start.
to all of you, yeah?
Good start.
Good start on Good Friday.
Durham hoping for a good start here.
How can they get in touch, Rob?
Streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk.
Oh, there we go. And they can write to us.
Yeah, although that might be a bit more difficult with it being
Yeah.
Easter weekend. I
Even
don't think you'll get here by Sunday
Even next
or
day
even
delivery.
Monday.
But we'll pick it up in a couple of weeks' time.
When we reconvene.
May have got past the point of correspondence being of any use. There we can see that Adam Live. He's almost batting on a second leg stump to start with.
Hey, whatever works for him.
Well, can't really argue with the career he has had. Yorkshire fans, get in touch. How's life in Division 1 treating you? What are your expectations for this season? So David Malan's playing. I know he's played a couple of games. What are the expectations that he would play much? You expecting to see a bit of Root and Harry Brook? I guess not until May. Maybe not much of Brook at all, given how much England cricket he will be playing as skipper of the white ball side. What do you make of the decision to leave a frontline spinner out for the 2nd game in a row for Durham? Don Bess is the frontline spinner for Yorkshire. Don Bess all-rounder. First class 100 last week.
Yeah,
Lovely
batting
to
at
see.
4. I think he picked up 107. I think the pitch dictates it. I don't think a frontline spinner is necessarily needed for a pitch like this. Good start from Potts. Yeah, I think I think the pitch and the overheads. Unfortunately there is a chance of some inclement weather being around throughout the 4 days.
Rain, you mean? Come on.
Well, we've got Ben Rain bowling from the other end, so
These posh kids these days. Inclement weather.
so
It's going to be some rain. Maybe.
hopefully it stays away. But yeah, I was thinking the pitch, the overheads. Speaking to Joe Rushworth earlier, and it's very difficult to say what effect the frontline spinner would have because obviously there was no frontline spinner to play. But thinking with how Drizel started pre-season and, went through pre-season, did well down at Notts, picked up some runs and some wickets, then maybe he would have a shot. But Ryan Campbell thinks otherwise. Finley Bean gets his first ball of the game. Averages just over 36 in first-class cricket. 5 centuries to his name, but didn't pick up many runs last week. I think it was just 33 over the 2 innings for him. But very much a rising suspect. And, I wouldn't be surprised if...
Suspect?
Prospect, I think. I wouldn't... Did I not?
You said suspect.
It's too early on Good Friday for this, Sam.
It is. Need more coffee, mate.
I wouldn't be surprised if Finley Bean is representing England at some point in his career.
Reckon?
I think so. I think he's too talented. It's a bit like the Ben McKinney. He's too talented not to get a look in. Just when that opportunity comes for him. I think you mentioned Matty Potts potentially being rested. I think it's a similar agreement to what Durham and the ECB had last year, where it was very clear that England players would play 1 game, miss 1 game, play 2 games, miss 1 game. But I think Durham and the ECB came to a bit of agreement that as long as Matty Potts' overs weren't too high into that danger zone where potentially a chance of breaking down, and he felt good, Durham felt good, I think it was very much just let him play. So, and as we've mentioned, good luck trying to get Matty Potts. Last week we mentioned good luck trying to get Matty Potts to sit out a game. He wants to play every single game he can. So good news for Durham fans.
He's a bit of a good news story as well, Bean, isn't he? Because if I remember rightly, it didn't. This is almost his second spell at Yorkshire. It didn't work out immediately. I think he got released. Didn't get offered a pro contract, and then just weight of runs in club cricket. I think he played for York. Scored a lot of runs a couple of summers ago. That big knock in the 2s, maybe not for might not have been even for Yorkshire 2s, might have been for someone else.
That's a tight leave.
There's 2 types. That's only just a good leave.
Nicely paid, but straight to Cogley, and that's back-to-back maidens from Potts and Rain. Yorkshire still 5 without loss.
Bit of cloud around here at the Banks Home Riverside. Still a decent crowd in, always is on day one. I love the buzz of any cricket crowd, but a day one crowd. Everyone's in nice and early, shuffling in. Picnic boxes. It's very much a jumpers and few woolly hats day. I'm sure the sun will come out as this cloud burns off. We're playing over towards the castle side of the ground, so it's a long walk back. I tell you what, if you're a batter who doesn't make any,
It's a very
that's a long boundary.
There's a long, slow walk back.
Start from Potts this too, around the wicket to the left-hander, which is pretty much the standard these days. Yeah, you've got another 20-30 metres to go before you get up to the Paul Collingwood Pavilion. Discussion going on between Alex Lees and Brendan Doggett, Aussies overseas for Durham this year. Well, for this first 4 games, or next 4 games, it's one of those 28-day working visas. Free slips wait. Jabbed into the leg side where Graham Clark. Not a bad man to come in to the side.
Surprised he's not got the floppy cap. Him and Bellingham and Ben Rain as well, normally kind of the chief ringleaders of the Fluffy group. Got Ben McKinney wearing one though, so
long sleeves for McKinney as well, I like that. Matt Potts always in short sleeves. Guns out. And Lees does the fielding at mid-on. The skipper spent much of the last year in the slips really, but has moved to mid-on to be closer to the bowlers.
Yeah, he was definitely in that slip cordon in 2023 when...
Was it not last year?
Durham won Division 2. I think he fluctuated in and out of the slip cordon last season. He'd kind of hover around that third slip if he was going to be there, being there at third slip. But you see it a lot now with captains taking themselves out to mid-on, mid-off to be close to their bowlers, like you said.
Ooh. That's a beauty from Matthew Potts. Adam Lyde gives the nod of approval, goes down, we'll pat the pitch. Sure we'll have Victor Main up here at some point today. Usually pops in on day one. The ground staff, it's difficult with the ground staff when you get back-to-back home games like this. This pitch was pretty much had to be ready to go before the last home game because they just didn't have the time to work on it.
Is it not really?
Because there's 4 days of cricket.
I don't think they're allowed to as well, because it was part of the playing square of the previous game as well. Kind of had to, were very restricted in what they could do. Just brushing it at lunchtime.
This is good from Potts. Right on the money. One ball short, back-to-back maidens in this Yorkshire innings. If you're just joining us, Sam Danning alongside Rob Rush. Durham, the skipper, Alex Lees, won the toss. He said to his counterpart at Yorkshire, Johnny Bairstow, you have a bat, please, Johnny. I'm looking forward to seeing him bat. David Malan. It's a strong middle order, actually. Wharton, Malan, Bairstow, Hill. Jordan Thompson's a cricketer that makes stuff happen. Won't be back-to-back maidens. Turned away. Graham Clark will do the fielding. And Yorkshire are 6 without loss. Plenty of cricket going on elsewhere around the country. We'll keep an eye on that as well throughout the day. A bit early, ready to bring you score updates. I can tell you that Somerset are batting down at Hampshire. They were stuck in by Hampshire, and why not? Notts won the toss and elected to bowl against Warwickshire. Warwickshire victorious up here at the Banks Homes Riverside on Monday. Down at Hove, I think Ollie Robinson is back in the squad. Not the Durham Ollie Robinson. Sussex won the toss and are batting against Surrey.
That will run away. Not the cleanest of strikes from Adam Lythe, but he won't care. He has all 10 of the Yorkshire runs so far.
Essex stuck in by Worcestershire at, I was going to call it Chelmsford, I should give it its official name, the Ambassador Cruise Line ground down in Chelmsford. At Lords, Glamorgan batting, stuck in by Middlesex. Derbyshire stuck in by Northamptonshire at Derby. Lancashire at Old Trafford again have been stuck in by Leicestershire, and Gloucestershire stuck in by Kent. It's very much a bowl first, win the toss, bowl first day, I feels.
Yeah, got 3 slips. Paul Coughlin's at backward point. Graham Clark, you've just seen there, is in the covers. Alex Lees at mid-off. Matthew Potts at mid-on. Ben McKinney in at mid-wicket. And Brendan Doggett is at deep square. It's not quite a long leg.
Just a bit too wide there from Ben Rain.
Yeah, he's trying to get Lyth to drive and obviously get the edge and bring that slip cordon into play. Slip cordon that could do some runs when they get their chance to bat. Good carry, better line as well. I wonder if trying to get that ball in that fourth, fifth line channel is more pronounced when you've got a batter who has a movement like Adam Lyth. Trying to catch him early before maybe he starts feeling in the groove and see if you can get that movement and just catch some of the time. It looks like he's batting out of his crease as well. Better.
That's perfect, isn't it, from Ben Rain?
10 without loss. Adam Lyth has all 10. Faced 24 deliveries this morning. And Finley Bean yet to get off the mark.
91 overs left today. We maybe got a bit of rain around over the next 4 days, but we still should have plenty of cricket to be played. Been a wonderful start to the season in terms of the weather, in terms of some of the quality of cricket. Not quite gone Durham's way results-wise. They've been gutted. Skipper Alex Lees, it was his birthday on Monday as well. Likewise, Emilio Gay couldn't quite force that result. That would have made it a birthday celebration. As Finley Bean looks like he's bang on off stump for Matthew Potts. First time he has faced up to him this morning. Potts around the wicket, free slips are in place. Right on the money, straight up.
Yeah, Durham picking up 11 points, just those 11 bonus points for them over the course of the first 2 games. And Yorkshire sit on 27, so Durham currently sit at the bottom of Division 1, and Yorkshire, I believe, start this round of fixtures in 5th.
Felt like it should have been a tie, really, on Monday, didn't it? Neither team deserved to lose that game. Both deserved to win it.
So it was up and down throughout the entirety of the game. There was maybe total, if you're going to count session by session, who had the upper hand. Maybe it was 2-1, 3-1 Warwickshire, or 3-2 Warwickshire. There was nip and tuck throughout the entire game. That afternoon session on day 4, Warwickshire able to put together a 120-odd run partnership without losing any wickets.
It was just brilliant, though, wasn't it?
Perfect reminder why County Championship and red ball cricket in general will always be the pinnacle of the sport. No matter how many franchise leagues pop up around the world, and there seems to be more franchise leagues seem to pop up every day. There seems to be a new one that's either being announced officially or people announcing plans.
Yeah, there are a few of them, I'll give you that. Some more appealing than others, I'm sure. Push to mid-on. Lees comes round. So, Bean still yet to get off the mark from his 10 balls. Adam Lyth has all 10 runs. Yeah, they're a bit like coffee shops, aren't they? There's a trend for them. Feels like with the market is now saturated.
Yeah.
No more franchise leagues. No more coffee shops.
Yeah, well, Durham had a few of their players. Graham Clark spent time over the winter in the Bangladesh Premier League, picked up a century there. Matthew Potts, late call up to the SA20. I think he played a couple of games out there. David Bellingham playing for Sunrisers Eastern Cape as well.
Driven. Nice shot to get off the mark.
What a stop.
For Finley Bean. Looked to all the world like it was going to go for 4. Instead, he just gets 1 because Brendan Doggett gets down, gets back up with a bit of a limp. Gets a congratulatory pat on the back from Ben McKinney, the big quick bowler. Brendan Doggett getting down well, saving runs. Matthew Potts will be delighted with that, sharing a smile. All in a day's work for Brendan Doggett.
It's a bit of a tone setter early on day 1. You don't want to... You can do that kind of raise the tone a little bit, raise the standard.
Live on strike again then. End of the over. We've had 6 overs here at the Banks Home Riverside. It's 22 minutes past 11 in Yorkshire, having been stuck in or 11 without a loss. Finley Bean has a single. Adam Live has 10 runs to his name.
It's not quite as warm as it was this time last week, Sam.
No, I don't know if I'm regretting the decision to have the window open right now or not. I'm enjoying the breeze, but you're right, it's certainly not shorts and t-shirts, as people can see on screen. Neither you nor I are in. Well, they don't know if we're in shorts or not, but we're not in t-shirts.
I think we leave the window open. I back your decision making.
Thanks, mate.
Nicely played off the back foot. A little bit of movement away from Finley Bean. He's got his first boundary of the game. That little bit of away movement, just allowing the left-hander to rock onto that back foot. Ben Rain, not the quickest bowler, so being able to just rock onto the back foot, sat up nicely. Nice punch through backward point for 4. Reckon 5-6 over stints for opening bowlers and then see a change?
Well, it depends how they fare, really. I'd be hoping for an early wicket or two. Who have we got to come into the attack? Brendan Doggett,
Paul
Will
Coughlin.
Rhodes, Paul Coughlin. Yeah, Coughlin's the 5th seamer. Bit of Colin Ackerman to bowl some spin if needed. Yeah, Rain's capable of more than that. I think you're going to be a bit careful with Potts. Be desperate for that breakthrough. Still would be an early breakthrough if they get it. Right, I've got the live stream up now. I've got it working, so I've sorted my laptop out. So I'll keep an eye on the comments. Yorkshire fans, Durham fans, neutrals, get in touch. We'll keep an eye on those emails as well. Streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Oh, see.
You get the hang of it now, Sam.
I'm learning from you, Rob Rush.
Too wide. Not going to challenge Finley Bean there. I believe, Sam,
You believe?
the North East Premier League returns tomorrow.
Ah, yes. I think you're right, aren't you? You usually are.
So,
You got a team that you're affiliated to or anything? You're a fan of?
nah.
Chester Street Cricket Club is the club of Ashthorpe.
Exactly. So there's a slight allegiance there, I'd say. Ash still sunning himself in Spain, or is it raining in Spain?
Oh, it's usually raining, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe North East Premier League and other leagues around the country will get underway tomorrow. So we'll be able to keep you up to date on what goes on tomorrow.
Presumably so does the Yorkshire Premier League.
Believe you're correct there, Sam.
You don't know, do you? I don't know either, but it's a fair assumption, right? Easter weekend? I don't know. Someone on the live stream will let us know.
We'll quickly be corrected if not. Good carry. Good carry, but Bean shoulders arms to that. Just the one boundary off that over Yorkshire. A solid yet unspectacular start. 15 without loss. I suppose half an hour into day one you don't really want. You just want to get through that first half an hour. I believe, well, I say that. I think this pitch is going to be very similar to how it was last week, where wickets could fall in clusters.
Yeah.
But if you can get through, you can survive that first half an hour, 45 minutes, first hour, and you get yourself in, there are runs to be had.
Potts from the Finkel end into his 4th over of work around the wicket alive. Well, yeah, I think you'd take a spectacular start, wouldn't you, as a batting side? But you don't need one.
No.
Half hour. Solid is what you want. We all think, right, I'm just having a look. No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's next week the Yorkshire Premier League starts. Just having a look on the the old Play Cricket website. ECB Premier League division. Hang on. Driven straight to Lees. He does well, actually, because that just bounced in front of him slightly awkwardly. Got himself in a decent position there, Alex Lees. Oh, it is this week. Okay, thanks, Noah. I am keeping an eye. Driven, lovely shot. No need to run those. Kept his head really still. Just that step into it. And alive. Slightly overpitched from Matthew Potts. To the left, as Beyonce might sing, of Brendan Doggett. Can't get down this time, 4 runs.
Yeah, Potts just airing a bit too full into that overpitched area, and as we mentioned, Adam Live. He may not have been given a fair crack at the wicket test level, but he certainly knows his way around first class cricket. He's not going to miss out on those.
Fuller. Live coming down the wicket. And at the sight of the big man of Matthew Potts, who has the biggest legs, I think, in world cricket. Really
are you giving him that title?
He really must squat and deadlift some heavy bits of metal.
He's worked very closely with Sam Clark over the last few years. S&C guru.
You more of a squat or a deadlift man, Rob?
You're going to push me on squat.
Ooh.
Outside the line.
Just a bit of shape, though, from Matthew Potts. Live. Playing a shot, got his front foot outside of the line, as Rob was saying. That's good. That's better from Potts. It's been generally good all morning. Just the 6 runs. That 1 boundary off his 3.5 overs so far. Frugal.
Yeah, he'll be I guess maybe slightly frustrated. As we mentioned last week, he didn't quite pick up the wickets he deserved last week. He bowled very well. He's going to come over the wicket now.
Yeah, change of angle.
Didn't quite pick up the wickets he probably deserved last week with how well he bowled in spells.
Oh, that's Fuller. That's the shape he's trying to get into the left-hander. Needed to get bat on that. Definitely some movement there from Matthew Potts. 8 overs gone on day 1 of this Rothesay County Championship. Clash. It's a match. But we're journalists, so we have to call it a clash between Durham and Yorkshire. 19 without loss.
There have been some early wickets.
Oh, have there? Tell me
around
all
Division
about
1.
them.
So Essex are currently 21 for 2.
Ooh, are they?
Against Worcestershire.
Duffy got any of those?
I will endeavour to find out for you.
You're looking at headline scores, sure. You haven't done your research, Rob.
Not fully researched there. Somerset 16 for 1. And Warwickshire 21 for 2.
21 for 2, okay.
Ben Rain. Getting some movement there away from Finley Bean.
Shall I have a look? I'll do it because you're on comms. Yeah, 2 wickets for Duffy. Paul Walter and Charlie Allison, both openers gone.
So that's been start of the season. That's been an inspired decision from Essex to open with Tall Paul. Scored a fair few runs over the first 2 weeks, but
who would they wait? The Dean Elgar's on paternity leave,
yes,
isn't they? He is, yes.
So it presents opportunity for someone else. That's how it rolls in professional sport. 2 straight, able to flick off the hips, but Doggett is out there.
And Brett Hutton. A couple of LBWs early doors. Rob Yates and Alex Davies gone down at Edgbaston. So a difficult start from Warwickshire.
Also some wickets in Div 2. Lancs 18 for 1 against Leicestershire, who inserted the hosts. Derbyshire 23 for 1 against Northamptonshire, and Gloucestershire 15 for 2 against Kent.
Okay.
I think Cameron Bancroft has been and gone.
Big wicket, that. Did you see? I must admit I didn't, but I've been told about it. Luke Wright did an interview with Sky Sports.
I've seen clips. I don't think I've seen the interview in full.
And apparently he name-checked Kai Smith as one to watch, and we did like him last week. 79 in the first innings, north of 50 in the second. Can't remember exactly how many he got. Could have looked it up before I came out of it. Didn't. But he looked a good player, didn't he? But only his second first-class game.
Can see why.
Yeah, but to name-check him like that piles the pressure on.
I mean...
But maybe that's a good test.
Yeah, I mean, England aren't exactly short of wicket-keeping options at the minute, are they? You think Jamie Smith's the incumbent. Jordan Cox was going to keep down in New Zealand before he got injured. Ollie Pope can step up with the gloves. Ollie Robinson has been in and around that squad, got called up as injury replacement for New Zealand.
Not even talking about James Rue.
Yep, he's
like someone like, but he's probably quite a long way away from it because of what they like.
You know, yeah, definitely something. Well, Warwickshire's seen the talent, and England certainly back it as well. Better line there from Rain. Catherine Fraser playing for Scotland women against Ireland women. Scotland women currently 61 for 3. Nearly 15 overs into their 50. Durham women played a friendly yesterday against Durham Uni. As they round up their pre-season action. End of the over, 20 without loss Yorkshire. Solid start from the visitors.
Change of bowling, I think. Matthew Potts is going to have a rest after his 4 overs, so exercising a bit of caution. Alex Lees has 5 seamers at his disposal. Absolutely right to rotate them. We're going to see Brendan Doggett, who was a signing that we'd heard of, probably hadn't seen a lot of him. We're impressed by him last week.
It's got that zip.
He was sharp, yeah. Pitched it up, moved it around. 30-year-old who's quite close to the test side. Been in a squad or two relatively recently. Was the leading scorer. No, he wasn't. He was the leading wicket taker in the Sheffield Shield.
He's going well to be the leading run scorer.
He's a good all-rounder. 173 first-class wickets at 27 across his career. A respectable 5 wickets across the game last week. What can he do this week? We're about to find out. He is going to come over the wicket to Fiddly Bean. There's 3 slips who've just put him a little bit wider because of that angle. Matthew Potts largely bowled around the wicket. Initially the angle into the left-hander, so the slips tend to go a little bit narrower. This time Ollie Robinson will start almost at a first slip. Shapes in towards the pads, but 2 straight. Tucked away by Finley Bean down to long leg, where Ben Rain, who has lost his cap in the process, does the fielding.
Interesting to see if it is Matthew Potts out of the attack this early, or maybe a change of ends, and he'll follow from the Lumley end. Just 4 overs doesn't seem like enough of an opening spell for him. Maybe it is Alex Lee's exercising some caution. As you mentioned, he's got the 5 seamers again. Maybe it's something they've talked about during the week.
Lovely soft hands from Adam Live. Paul Coughlin will chase that down to third. He'll put the slide in and bring it back just inside the rope. So a couple of runs saved. Warm applause here from the
good fielder is Coughlin.
Well, he took a ridiculous catch last year, didn't he, in that T20 game? Were you on comments for that?
No, that was
probably a good thing,
Steve Harmison.
You'd have broken everyone's eardrums, I think.
Yes.
Scream for that.
Yeah, that definitely racked up the numbers on social media.
I mean, it was probably saved his own life. I'm not being like it would have hit him.
Oh, that's not an exaggeration either.
Lovely take from Ollie Robinson. Little tester for him. Moving across, diving away down towards his right. Takes it low into that one palm. Worked very hard on his wicket keeping in the last couple of years. We were talking, I tell you what, about John Simpson being one of the best domestic signings of the last couple of years last week. Ollie Robinson's got to be up there too.
What is it about wicket keepers?
How many good wicketkeeper batters are there around? Get a team full of them. Probably be light on bowling then.
I hope you win the toss and bat first.
Not quite found his line early doors, Doggett. That one almost making up for the previous delivery, just a bit too far across the left-hander.
Sussex are off to a good start, but down at home again. 44 without loss after 8 overs.
Tom Haynes is in good nick.
Lancashire have lost the second at Manchester, so they're in a bit of trouble.
They've not started particularly well, Lancs. They were under the cosh a bit against Northamptonshire. If there was going to be a winner there, it was only the away side. Turned into the leg side, and that's going to go away for 4. Goes square, there is no fielder at square leg. And Live will move on to 20 with that shot.
Yeah, just not quite settled in yet, Doggett.
That's a beauty. That's where he wants to be. Just teasing Adam Live, who withdraws the bat at the last second. End of the over. 7 from that one. 10 gone in the game, 10 gone in the day, 10 gone in the innings. 27 without loss, Yorkshire.
Yeah, just wrapping up
Oh, yes, please do.
Durham cricket women, their pre-season game from yesterday. I believe it was 56-run win for them. Laura Trosser claiming a 4-for. It's not going to be a change of end from Matthew Potts. It's going to be Ben Rain to continue. And that's why. First play and a miss from Finley Bean.
Is their first game next Wednesday here at the Banks Homes Riverside? That'll be fun.
I believe tickets still available for that, so if you are around, get yourself down, support the girls. Every single home game that they have here at Banks Home Riverside. Danny Hazel, Rachel Hopkins, Carl Kurtzer, the rest of the coaching staff have worked tirelessly to get the girls into shape, get them ready for this historic season.
Tickets available for all those, and every game being live streamed for those who can't get down to the ground.
Exciting times.
Very.
This is better from Rain. Nice movement off the pitch there. Testing that outside edge.
Bit of extra bounce there as well, I think. It certainly came through to Robinson at a decent height.
Yeah. But he's certainly now found his radar. Yeah, so he just gives you a thorough examining of your technique, does Ben Rain. He'll test you on the inside, test you on the outside.
Living La Vida Loca.
You on comms for any of the women's games, Sam? This time Bean uses that extra bounce. Carves away through backward point. He moves himself into double figures.
I think I'm doing the Lancs double header T20. Not sure if there's anything else carded. More due to the distance I live from Durham. It's difficult to come up for a day. How about yourself, Robert?
I think I've got a few games on the agenda. I think I'm doing a few of the double headers. You say distance is a factor. .31 without loss after 11. Derbyshire are struggling, 33 for 3 against Northamptonshire. So Northamptonshire pick up their first bowling bonus point very early on. Wayne Madsen had us all on the edge of our seats midweek to only turn around and say, I'm not leaving.
People worry he was going to retire.
Yeah. I think it's another 1-year contract extension.
Just get him on a rolling 1-year deal forever.
Yeah. Until the end of time. They're off at Warwickshire.
Are they, for rain?
They are indeed.
Inclement.
Inclement weather, mate.
Here's Doggett swinging it. Can't get it past Matthew Potts, so Adam Lyne Adam
Lyne?
Didn't quite strike it how he would have liked to have done. It moved, but it felt like it almost held up in the air, that ball. Just slowed down as it was swinging. Oh, that's a beauty. That is exactly where Brendan Doggett wants to be. He did that with the last ball of his previous over as well. Just leaves live, who we talked about him, had that little walk he does across the stumps, and it just almost leaves him off balance and in an odd-looking spot when he plays and misses. Ground staff just coming down in front of us from their first lap of the day. Our new overseas staff from WA didn't get the Vic Domain memo. Must be in shorts on all days.
Runs a tight ship, does Vic, so I wonder if there might be a
fine
coming his way.
You can put as many layers on your top half as you want, but you
Shorts.
will be in shorts.
Shorts is non-negotiable.
I'm sure Vic will be up at some point today, so we'll query that. He has been known to be giving days off this year.
It's very unlike him.
He's now called for them all to take a knee. Good take from Ollie Robinson again. Doggett just struggling for consistency. There have been a couple of beautiful deliveries. I mean, yes, he's bowled 4 dots in the over. If you think about that, we have one over pitch that's been driven to mid-off. One absolute beauty outside off stump. One that had a similar line but was just too short. And then that one down the leg side just hasn't quite found the radar. And that's probably why, I mean, Durham have just struggled to create chances so far this morning. I don't think there's been one. No shouts of any note at all. That's perfect. That's where he wants to be, Brendan Doggett.
It's just that movement, pitching it on sort of middle and off, and then getting that inward movement, challenging. Stump's bringing that LBW into play. Halfway through his spell up in the northeast.
Opens the face out to backward point where Paul Coughlin watches, waits, the ground staff are up. It's like the start of a 100-metre sprint. They're now walking in front of us here in the media centre at the Banks Homes Riverside. Yorkshire are 31 without loss.
Going to get first change from the Lumley end. Going to be Paul Coughlin. Played the first game down at Notts. Had a torrid time with injuries as Coughlin. He'll be opening. This is the start of a decent campaign for him. Had a chat with him earlier on in the week. So it's quite a hard surface down at Notts. So every time he landed, it was pulled up a bit stiff. Missed last week for the return of Daniel Hogg, but he's back in now. Around the wicket to Finley Bean. Almost picks up a wicket first ball. He's got that knack. He has got that knack of picking up wickets. Tool bowler, able to extract that extra bounce from the pitch, and Bean just in two minds whether to have a little fend outside his off stump.
He did well, didn't he? Just to rein that one in. He was definitely out off nibbling at one point.
character as well, Coughlin. Very good character. One of those ones that you'd love to have in your squad.
Very good cricketer. Like almost unlucky, just because Durham have so many very good cricketers, that he isn't an absolute shoo-in for a place in the 11. Would play at a lot of other counties.
Don't know what. Excuse me. Don't know what they had for breakfast down at Hove, but they're going at 6 and over.
Standard these days, mate.
Change of angle, I think. Is it going to be? No. Or is it? It's not. He's going to continue around. Good carry through to Robinson. Good start this.
Yeah, really good.
Straight on the money.
Already the most consistent of the Durham bowlers this morning. Potts was very good, in fairness to him. But just because of the angle we are behind the bowler, or behind the batter. Right on the spot from early.
Trying to build that pressure. Good start, Maiden from Coughlin, 31 out loss. And the R stand away to our right hand side. Fairly well populated for opening morning of a 4-day game.
There's decent crowd in, particularly given it's not very warm. Anywhere you'd rather be than today, Rob Rush?
Nah.
No, not down by the beach. Fish and chips. You have a bit of fish today, were you, on Good Friday? Yeah. Fish your choice?
Yeah, that's what I've gone for. It's always good food up in the media centre. Well taken care of.
Here's Doggett. Live on 20. Again, testing Robinson behind the stumps, but not testing the batter with that one. .31 without loss. Always a bit of extra pressure on the bowlers as well when your skipper's won the toss and said we'll have a bowl. Definitely looking for wickets, at least 1 or 2 in that opening hour, coming up to midday now, 10 to 12. Oh, bit of shape. Doggett asked the question. The answer is no. Umpires Saggers and Shan Mugan. Maybe a little bit of bat on it is what saved him. Big stride in from Adam Live. That's the better ball from Brendan Doggett. If he can find that line, that length consistently, then he'll be asking questions. Just at the moment, not able to put a couple of balls in the same spot. Early days though. This is good from Doggett. Played back to him. He ends up crawling along the wicket, trying to collect the ball. 31 without loss still. A couple of balls left of over number 14. Durham searching for that first break for Alex Lees, the skipper. Don't know why I keep getting names wrong this morning. Having a chat with Brendan Doggett. Still 3 slips. Ooh, tries to cut it. Didn't really have the width there, Adam Live. Then just make sure that ball, bottom edged into the ground, doesn't go anywhere near his stumps. A little bit of fancy footwork. Shapes to pick it up. Emilio Gay's there already though, says don't worry about it, Adam. I'll pick that up. Immediately starts shining the ball. Chat going on between Matthew Potts and Graham Onions, I think, on the boundary. Flicked, leg side, uppish for a second, but it's going to race away for 4. Adam Live moves on to 24, ends the over with a lovely boundary. Yorkshire, 35 without loss.
Yeah, good start from the White Rose. Would have been just what Johnny Bairstow was asking for after losing the toss.
You more a White Rose or a Red Rose man?
I prefer not to speak.
That's definitely not true.
I think Will Rose has taken an extra step back at first slip for Paul Coghlan. Good first over from him.
Full covers on down at Edgbaston, properly raining. So when is our inclement weather set to arrive, Rob?
It's a good question, Sam. I was reliably given that information by someone else, so...
Okay, I'll have a look.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. Inside edge there. Run up to Ben Rain.
Oh, I think we'll be alright. Hovering around somewhere between 20 and 30% chance of rain all day. Lower tomorrow. Oh yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be absolutely fine. Vic's not worried. Never is worried, Vic.
He's retreated from his deck chair, though. There's the thing with Bean taking an off-stump guard. He knows exactly where it is. He's able to leave anything that's outside of that channel. Just got to watch for that one that zips back in, though. Good from Coghlan.
Did he play the first game?
He did down at Notts, yes. Back-to-back maidens for Coghlan. 35 without loss. Coming up towards midday on Good Friday.
Still yet to create that chance, though. That opportunity. I think Bean and Live have done very well, actually.
Just that.
They've not taken any risks.
Just that one appeal from Doggett in the last over.
Bit of bat on it, though, we reckon. They've been risk-free while still scoring at an okay rate. All right, it's only a couple and over. 15 overs gone, 11.57, so decent over 8. You're just not under pressure to score at any sort of pace at this time. You don't need to force it. If it's there, fine. But particularly having been stuck in, the opposition are obviously expecting the pitch, the ball, the overheads to do a little bit. Just frustrate them, grind them down. There's Live, showing all 3 stumps to Doggett. And he hides them. That's good from Doggett. Good carry through to Ollie Robinson. Needs to keep it there. Maybe a tad straighter. And just force Adam Live to play the shot rather than being able to leave it go through to Ollie Robinson. Pushed away. It's going to be runs, 4 of them, I think. Open face, in control of that one, Adam Live, who looks to be batting really nicely. A little bit of touch he's found. Ben Rain, well, his only job is to run away down towards third, pick it up. Yorkshire move on to 39. Live on to 28. Just needs to find some control here. That is perfect. Only task now is to keep it there. Bit of wind blowing across the Banks Homes Riverside. Not an unpleasant amount. Is nippy. Jumpers required. Thought about it, Live. Just withdrew the bat. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's almost the old Marcus Trescothic leave, that. The Andrew Strauss. Proper behind the back. Pull the bat away and stick it behind the back. Get it right out of the way. Think about a run. Call his weight. They kept waiting. And then Ben Rain came around. Ensured they couldn't take it. 39 without loss, 16 gone. What are you thinking, Rob Rush? Let me inside that brain of yours.
Good start from Yorkshire. Solid start. I would say just what they wanted after being stuck in. They would have probably looked to bowl as well. So skipper Johnny Bairstow and head coach Anthony McGrath be very happy with their opening hours work. Less so Alex Lees and Ryan Campbell, but that can change in a ball. Coughlin continues.
Chaos behind us. What's going on? Furniture being moved around.
The thing that Durham will be happy about is Yorkshire haven't exactly got away. It's not been the start that Surrey are having down at Hove, where Sussex have been able to get off to a good start and then also put scoreboard pressure on. 2 types. That once again goes down in the good category, but only just. Because actually Daniel Hughes is doing most of the damage down at Hove. It's already 53 from 52.
Well, he came over last year, didn't he? It was his first overseas gig. You like play like that. He's played all that big bash cricket, never got a job overseas, but he was brilliant for them.
Yeah, pivotal player, getting them promoted. Enjoyed their first win last year in Division 1 for 10 years. Edge, but it dropped well short of Emilio Gay at third slip. But Paul Coughlin he's having a good start here. That will run away for 4, but he won't be too disheartened. He's getting some movement, getting some bounce. Being moves himself to 15.
Yeah, I mean the most likely, most dangerous Paul Coughlin. I think genuine outside edge there. It wasn't his best ball actually. It was one that had the eyes light up a Finley Bean who just didn't really time the shot. It was there to be hit. Straight back at it though.
Yeah, currently Sussex going at a run rate of 5.7 and over. Dan Worrell, 3 overs, none for 27. Gus Atkinson playing, I think, his first game of the year.
Yeah.
Obviously, ECB looking after him. Full and straight, well stopped by Coughlin in his follow through. Goes a bit straighter there. 43 without loss. Like I say, Durham will take the positive that Yorkshire haven't got off to a lightning start and put a lot of runs on the board. Run rate currently sitting at 2.5 and over for this opening hour and 4 minutes. But winning the toss, putting the opposition in, overheads. You'd have thought Alex Lees would have come away with at least 1 wicket.
Well, he'd have hoped to. You know, if you stick a team in, you want them 2 or 3 down by lunch minimum. And psychologically, we're just over an hour in, so still plenty of time. They could still be a couple down by lunch. Changes quickly this game. Doggett continuing to live on 28. Pulled, catches the shy, and catch it is for Graham Clark at square leg. I think it's probably what you'd call a cheap dismissal if you're Adam Live. It sat up nicely to be hit. Maybe he was reaching for it a little bit. Maybe not. What we do know for sure is that Yorkshire have lost their first wicket. It's Adam Live who has to make that long walk off for 28. Brendan Doggett, who's been a little inconsistent so far. It's that inconsistency that's picked him up that wicket with a short ball. Durham 43 for 1. No, they're not. Yorkshire are.
Yeah, you can see Adam Live walking off there. He'd done the hard work. He'd seen off the opening bowlers. He'd got into the change bowlers. Like you mentioned, Doggett hadn't been overly consistent. He'd started to pick it up last over, better line and length, but Live seemed to have it under control. But slightly short there. I'd agree with you. Cheap dismissal for the work he's done in that opening hour. He's got to trudge off for 28. That brings James Wharton out to the crease at number 3. Otherwise, he's making his forays into first-class cricket. Has an average of just under 41, but that is slightly tempered. Only 34 innings. Okay, still impressive. High score of 285 for him. 24-year-old has come through the Yorkshire Academy. Scored 70-odd combined over the last 2 innings last week. Yeah, Lee's very thankful for that opening breakthrough. As you say, just sat up, and if you're gonna be honest, that is it's a soft way to get out for Adam Lythe.
Wharton also one of the game's outstanding fielders as well. He's brilliant in the field, but he's got work to do where he's on the field, but he's not fielding, he's batting, he's taking middle stump, I think. Brendan Doggett, maybe that'll bring him a little bit of confidence. I don't know, maybe he wasn't low on confidence. He seems to be a man who's been taking wickets for fun in the last few months. Right-hander on strike, James Wharton, first ball, 3 slips weight. Just a little bit too far outside off stump, that one. Allows Wharton just to watch that go through to Ollie Robinson. Alex Lees, the Durham skipper, will be feeling a little bit better about life right now. Right, what's happening here? Matthew Potts is going from mid on. He's just jogging slowly into your screen right now. He's going to go to 4th slip or gully, I reckon. Gully. Yeah, there he goes. Alex Lees comes across from mid off to mid on, and Matthew Potts then steps into 4th slip. Confuses us all, or me at least. Straight ball, Wharton off the mark. Maybe a bit of inside edge. Maybe he closed the face. Single down to deep square leg though. Durham a little bit happier about life. And the sun is poking through on Good Friday. These clouds starting to burn off. A little bit warmer. Bean's got 15. Been out there for 44 balls. Big shout for LBW. Brendan Doggett really likes it. He's got 2 in the over. Both openers gone for Yorkshire. Finley Bean trapped. LBW, I think he was on the back foot where maybe he should have gone forward to a ball. That's certainly what he'll be feeling as he is the second Yorkshire batter to make that long trudge back up to the pavilion. How quickly a game can change, Rob, in the 5 minutes since I first said that. Yorkshire have lost 2 wickets. They're 44 for 2.
Well, Durham have those 2 wickets that you said after sticking your side in. You want at least 2. They have them now in the space of 4 deliveries. Brendan Doggett getting the radar firing into his 5th over. And I mentioned I felt like this pitch could be similar to last week where wickets would fall in clusters. We saw that all throughout the game last week.
You know everything, Rob, don't you? You got it.
I would say I know everything.
Most things.
I know a fair bit. As you mentioned, Finley Bean, he made a good start, but he has to go for 15. 44 for 2. Believe.
In Life After Love?
I thought your karaoke, your jukebox kicked up after 6 p.m.
It's good, not on a Good Friday night. On a bank holiday. There's license to start the jukebox whenever you want.
Dad Malan is going to walk out at number 4. I don't think the regular county fan would have expected Dowd Malan to be playing red ball cricket this year, but Anthony McGrath, new head coach, returning to Yorkshire.
A little nudge. Come on, David. You fancy it?
Fancy doing a job at number 4 for us, and fair play to him.
Only 4 days. It's not so long ago David Malan went on an Ashes tour.
Scored an Ashes century.
Exactly. 22 tests for him. So much experience playing professional cricket. Over 13,000 first-class wrongs?
Are you doing your best Michael Holding impression there?
30 hundreds. 51 pro hundreds across the format. Just a brilliant cricketer. It was one of those, there was always noise about him when he was playing white ball cricket for England about his scoring rate. It was strange, wasn't he? He was the best.
It was in the T20 side, yeah.
T20 batter in the world.
He was batting at number 3, and just the criticism was that he just wasn't scoring fast enough.
Well, what he's probably had to do pretty quickly here is stick his pads and gloves on, because 2 wickets have fallen in the space of 4 balls. And Doggett has his proverbial tail up. He has his radar. Malan won't be flustered. We were just talking about how much experience he's got. 22 tests, well over 100 international appearances.
Possibly coming towards the tail end of his career, would you say?
Well, at 37, there's that potential, yeah. But who knows these days? It feels like we're into the first era of pro sport where players have had End of the over. It's been a good one. 2 wickets go in that Brendan Doggett over. Both Adam Live and Finlay Bean, the Yorkshire opening batters, who had set about their work quite nicely for the opening hour. Low risk, plenty of reward. Weren't scoring particularly quickly, but had taken the lacquer off the new ball. Had done the hard work. Live pulled a short ball straight to Graham Clark.
Yeah, Malan signing a new... As we get telling off from the umpire.
Yeah, we need to close the window.
Yeah, Dan Malan signing a new 2-year contract with Yorkshire back end of 2024 and says we'll be available to play red ball cricket when possible. Believe he's going to take the captaincy as well for Yorkshire in the white ball competitions. Retired from international cricket. Here's Paul Coughlin. Still getting that nice shape.
But what we're saying was this is the first era of pros where they probably have the benefit of all this strength and conditioning and professionalism in the way we understand it now.
Look at Jimmy Anderson.
Precisely. So actually, the age at which players are retiring, particularly batters, as long as the eyes are still there, right? It's when the eyes start to go for batters, when those reactions slow down a little bit. But nothing wrong with the body. I think we'll see plenty of players move play into their 40s now. It's up to the player as well. Some people will genuinely enjoy it. Some people actually might want to do something a little bit different.
Immediately getting Malan on the front foot. You're reversing your wicketless stint from last week.
I know. Couldn't buy a wicket last week, could I?
Was that saying you wait all day for a bus and then 2 come at once?
Although I picked up wickets late doors, didn't I, on day 4?
Edged. Malan's off the mark. A couple of times we've seen Edge just dropping short of Emilio Gay at 3rd slip. Full and straight. Dan Malan doesn't miss out on that. Back-to-back boundaries for the former England international, and maybe he's looking to put some pressure back onto the bowlers after that previous over.
Certainly pressure on the batters. Coughlin's been brilliant so far. You look at a player like Malan, I think just seems to have not a care in the world, in a good way, just unflustered. So much time.
Up onto the back foot there.
And it must be a serious boost for some of the younger players in particular to look around. Although there's plenty of experience actually all around that Yorkshire dressing room, but to see the likes of Bairstow, Malan, someone like Live.
Brooks been in the Mets recently.
Yeah,
back at Headingley.
Don Best as well, played Test match cricket. Jordan Thompson, I think, got to be with a good shout at playing international cricket at some point, maybe in white ball. Every time I see him, he just has this ability, this knack of making something happen, a game changer.
He, I think he gets the best. He performs best when he finds out Leeds United have won. Coming over the wicket that time, Coughlin. Malan will keep the strike. It's going to go down as a leg by. Yorkshire 54 for 2.
You're saying he might have quite have a tough August and September then?
Yes. Going around on the county championship socials, I think at 1:37 he asked someone from the dressing room if Leeds had won. He got the answer he was hoping for, and then at 3 minutes later was taking wickets. Whatever gets you psyched up.
Exactly. Find your inspiration wherever you can get it. Brendan Doggett then, successful previous over for him, couple of wickets, both Yorkshire openers gone. 19 gone in the day, Yorkshire 54 for 2. Having been stuck in by Alex Lees on this opening morning. Malan was just looking to tickle that one. It was there to be tickled. Leg side line. Have a few of those from the left-hander from Doggett. Still coming over the wicket. It's unusual actually in modern cricket to see a right arm seamer not at least try that around the wicket angle, but Doggett's backing himself to find his line. James Wharton just leaning on his bat at the non-strikers. And tall man as well, James Wharton. That bat looks tiny in his hand. Speaking of tall, there's Ben McKinney at cover.
Don't get much taller than him.
No. What have we got going on around the country? It's worth having a little look. Some scores on the doors. If my internet would work. Better from Doggett. Maybe a tad too wide. Still off for rain down at Edgbaston. I was about to read out the score, the Yorkshire score. I realised that's the game I'm here at. Somerset 68 for 1. Down at the Utilita Bowl. Sussex 93 without loss. Going at almost a runner ball. Essex 70 for 2, so steadied that ship a little bit. Experienced Tom Wesley and the Jordan Cox. Gets in behind that one, Malan. That's Division 1 for you. Derbyshire 71 for 3, so scoring freely enough, but also losing wickets. So that's 3 early wickets, and guess what? That man, Wayne Madsen's 21 not out. Sounded like a decent connection from Malan there, but Ben McKinney got down to his left in the covers.
I looked up there expecting that to have raced away to the boundary.
Something about the sound, wasn't it? Crisp. Should just be one. Turned away onto the leg side by David Malan. Allows Paul Coughlin to swoop. End of the over. Coughlin throws the ball in. Immediately gets his cap off. Passes it over to the umpire. 20 gone. Yorkshire 55 for 2. It's a hands in pockets day in the field, isn't it, Rob Rush?
Get the hand warmers in there.
Get the hand warmers in there. A few jelly babies. What's your sweet of choice in your cricket whites? If you were to be out there, what would you be looking to for energy?
Some Tangfastics.
Tangfastics. But then they not get a bit messy though if you get the sugar
exactly
in the pockets. Turning your pockets out and there's just
fruit pastels.
Fruit pastels, yeah, because the sugar stays on them, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's solid.
I wouldn't be opposed to some jelly babies either.
You get that dusting of icing sugar almost with the jelly baby, don't you?
Skittles.
I've never been a fan, I must
You're
confess.
not?
No. Can't have anything with a wrapper on, so you're ruling out things like Chewits and Starburst or whatever they're called these days.
I think they are still called Starburst. I think you're safe there.
Chocolate, can't really have that.
Ooh. Doggett's picked up the 2 wickets, but Paul Coughlin has been, for my money, Sam, the most threatening bowler so far today.
I'd agree. Obviously 4.2 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 13. It's about bowling in partnerships, isn't it? Building pressure at one end. Okay, can't get Coughlin away, so Doggett's not quite finding his line of length. Let's try and put his bad ball away. His second wicket was a very good ball. The first one, Live will be frustrated.
beauty.
He's got it from both angles, hasn't he? Around the wicket to left-hander a bit earlier. Now he's coming over to David Malan. Just in control as a bowler, Paul Coughlin.
Wonder if he'll look for the one now that try and pin Malan in front, get him playing around that front pad. He's testing on the outside edge. Last couple. Saw Dan Worrell last week set up Fletcher Middleton perfectly. 5 outswingers and then the in swing of the final ball of the over that disrupted the stumps. Six overs for Doggett in this spell. Maybe one more?
It's a long old spell, isn't it, for a quick bowler? But we were told, I can't remember who by, but we were definitely told that he has the ability to bowl longer spells.
So Durham going with 5 frontline seamers.
So do you bring Potts back?
There you go. Coughlin trying to flick around that front pad. I would be tempted to. He's only bowled 4 overs this morning. Or maybe Lees is holding him back for 10 to 15 minutes or so, get him going either side of lunch. A couple overs before and then a stint after lunch as well. These are the options you want to have, though. These are the sort of questions you want to be asking rather than the who are we going to get to bowl. It's in terms of maybe a lack of options. So that's carved away nicely by Malan through cover. Have you brushed up on your fielding positions at Scott Borthwick?
Yeah, Scott Borthwick nicely sent me a chart, but I don't need to brush up now because I can just refer back to the Borthwick chart of fielding positions. I wonder if Borthwick's around the next couple of days. The 2's in action. Is he coaching today? Can we get him on?
I would love it if Scott came on, as he's called the Badger for a reason. 59 for 2. Malan 13 and Wharton 2.
He's going to be another over of Brendan Doggett. Into his 7th then, 2 for 17. Both openers. The only wickets to fall in the game so far. Free slips waiting still.
Talking of wickets,
Go on, tell me.
Surrey finally have one. Down at Hove, 95 for 1. Somerset have lost the second against Hampshire down at Southampton. Lancashire have lost the third in Manchester. Glamorgan 1 down against Middlesex at Lords. And Gloucestershire and Derbyshire still 3 down apiece.
Good shape from Brendan Doggett. Too wide of off stump to force Wharton into playing.
It is Daniel Hughes who's been removed.
Ah, I see.
James Fuller picking up Archie Vaughan for 29 down at Southampton.
Ooh, flashy drive from Wharton holds his shape. Just moves outside. Outside? Past the outside edge. This is better for Doggett. Those wickets just seem to have given him a little bit of confidence. Bowling well to the right-hander. James Fuller's another one of those very underrated cricketers, isn't he? You just don't think about him too much, but then he's always taking wickets.
He's just a quality cricket player.
Oh, speaking of quality, squares him up completely there. Oh, I was going to say Adam Wharton. He's a very different sportsman whatsoever. James Wharton can do. Let's give the nod of approval. Well bowled, Brendan Doggett. Well bowled.
Yeah, the bowler's still getting some shape. 22, well, into the 22nd over of the game. Ball still moving around, doing some talking. How Durham would love for a third before lunch.
Oh, yeah. Flicked to Alex Lees. Mid-on for no run. Still plenty of time. Only just approaching half 12. Been an intriguing start to this game. Change of angle, I think, for Brendan Doggett. He's going to come around the wicket, but not to the left-hander, to the right-hander. There's Ben Rain down at long leg.
He's staying
he's
over.
not. He's staying over. Changed his mind again. Maybe he thought they picked up one. This is good from Doggett. A maiden for him. 7 overs in the spell so far. Maybe we'll get another one out of him. We'll find out shortly. But 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17, which is Yorkshire on day 1 of this Rothesay County Championship clash. 59 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Sonny Baker has been rested by the ECB.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance he plays at Zimbabwe Test as well. They really like him. Really like him.
Adam Collins agreeing with you. Ooh. Paul Coughlin's a very good spell this morning. Not quite got the ultimate reward yet, but very promising.
The ultimate reward. I like that. Suggesting he's a shoo-in for the Ashes, is he? I mean, I think if he's fit, I think he is. He's one of those I think Somerset will regret letting go.
Is there any background information
Just
on that?
opportunity.
It did seem that from an outside point of view that
He'd been injured for a couple of he did play a bit of T20, and actually I think if you look at his record last summer, he was available and played a fair bit of twos cricket, but just didn't get much of a first team opportunity. And I think he was at an age where he wanted to play first team cricket. Hampshire offered that. Can't knock him for that.
good zip from Coughlin. Yeah, it's that balance, isn't it? Like they say, it was a good. But obviously Somerset good at developing him, giving him those first forays. But as you say, there comes a point around how old is he? 21?
21, 22, I think.
It's that sort of point where
22.
Yeah, kind of needs to be playing regularly.
His first class debut was that Lions game in Australia.
Uppish. Paul Coughlin unable to recreate the magic he showed in that T20 against Lancashire here. I think he just reminded Darren Malan on the way back that I can take those. So very good crowd in up towards Bad Times Health Club, scattered around the Don Robson and Paul Collingwood pavilions away to our left hand side. Almost a feather down the leg side. It's another maiden for Coughlin, his third of the morning. Yorkshire 59 for 2. Both openers been and gone.
Change of bowling at the Finkel end. Brendan Doggett, the only bowler with success in that wickets column so far, has bowled 7 overs. He's going to have a well-earned rest. Matthew Potts, he took the new ball at 11 a.m. from this Finkel end. Bowled just to 4 overs then, where he's going to come back for another spell, perhaps through till lunch. 29 minutes to go. James Wharton's unbeaten on 3. David Malan has 13. Yorkshire 59 for 2. Durham will be pretty pleased with their work so far this morning. They'd love to get another 1 or 2 before lunch. That would make sandwiches taste that little bit more pleasant. Free slips waiting still. Wharton, the right-hander, on strike. Good start from Matthew Potts. Very good from him. He was exceptional first up, really. Only conceded 6 runs from his 4 overs. Difficult to get away. Free down now, Lanks at Old Trafford against Leicestershire. Starting where he left off, really, Matthew Potts. James Wharton very sensibly watching those first 2 fly through to Ollie Robinson. Oh, bit of swing. Good take from Ollie Robinson. I think he might have palmed it to first slip. Late swing, not until it had gone past the bat. It was too wide, really, to have James Wharton interested. And there was definitely movement. There he is. He's back, Rob Rush. Where'd you go, Rob? Disappeared. Left me alone again.
Sorry, mate.
That's all right. I'm okay for a couple of minutes. I can be alone, but don't leave me with my thoughts for too long.
Don't worry, mate. I'll keep you in check.
Thanks, buddy.
It's that man James Fuller again. In the wickets.
Always. Oh, that's a beauty from Matthew Potts. That actually might be the delivery of the day, despite there having been 2 wickets fallen. That one not taking number 3. Wharton just struggling a little bit early doors, isn't he? He's been squared up a couple of times. First dogger, now by Potts.
Just reminds me of how he bowled last week. So many of the deliveries attacking that 4th, 5th channel line. Neil Clean's down here today. England.
Is he?
England member of staff who got a keen interest in.
That is official role.
I've forgotten his official title. Sorry, killer.
Straight whipped away. Lovely from Wharton. He'll feel a little bit better after that one. Matthew Potts just searching perhaps for that LBW, that ball that pitches.
Searching for the magic ball.
He was searching for a little bit of magic. Instead, it was wizardry from Wharton.
Very good from you. Yeah, Neil Clean down here today. Keep a close eye on Matthew Potts, and Bryden Carr stepping up his recovery. Stepped it up a further level today. Was involved in the footy earlier.
Okay. That's always key.
I think that's the last unofficial step, you know.
Is it? Back on the money from Potts. Good defensive shot.
Especially in Durham. Especially in the Durham side. I think that's the like unofficial.
The acid test.
Yeah, can you come through a game of morning footy unscathed? And Bryden did. So he steps up his recovery from what's been a string of horrific toe injuries. It's going to be a double change. Looks like Alex Lees is going back to his strike duo.
How's Sam Connors?
Still recovering from a knock he picked up in pre-season.
Okay.
I think the word from Ryan Campbell last week was that they're hoping to get him back bowling now, which is kind of the first, and first step. They'll be obviously very watchful of his work rate and his workload.
Exciting cricketer. If he can stay fit, if he can get fit.
Yeah, and obviously Durham eyeing him up as a potential, well, not as a potential, as an asset for their squad as Ben Rain comes in. On the money, Emilio Gay there, you can just see he's moved out towards more of a gully than third slip where he has been. Yeah, obviously Marcus North and Ryan Campbell expecting that Matthew Potts and Bryden Carr will miss a fair chunk of the season. So needing to find bowlers that can step in and play a big role when those international players go away. Sam Connors was one of them. Not quite been the start he would have hoped. spending some time on the sidelines, but I think he is back bowling. Luke Robinson was back bowling last week as well.
Okay.
So he steps up his return from a groin knock. So hopefully over the next few weeks reinforcements are on the way for Durham. James Minto, I think, playing some twos, but also has got some personal circumstances that we mentioned last week. So he's not available for the foreseeable. Thought I heard something there down the leg side, but
Your ears deceived you.
not for the first time. Run rate's kind of been sat at that 2.5, 2.6 rate this morning. Think Neil Clean's down there with Graham Onions to our right hand side.
England member of staff. Durham member of staff.
Well, former Durham member of staff.
Oh, Graham Onions
killer.
isn't. Graham Onions.
As I've forgotten his official title, which is poor from me. I should have done better.
He's head of something, isn't he?
Yeah. I feel like he's also been unofficially given the North East as kind of his remit. Pop down, check on Potts, check on Cass, Stokes when he's around, and just make sure they're ticking over.
He's not stepping on, checking on Rush.
Nah.
Check you're doing all right.
Hopefully, if he's around for the full day, that's played out into the colours. Hopefully could tempt him into the commentary box.
Do you reckon? Is that possible?
He was here for the Kent game last year, and basically we got into the nuts and bolts of there was some backlash from certain cricket fans about Cass's inclusion for the Pakistan series, and he, to be fair to Kelly, he went into a lot of detail about why he was being selected. Turns out that, as Ben Rain returns to the maiden, that maybe England members of staff know a tad more about cricket than some people want to give them credit for. You saw what Cass did over the winter. He looks to be a shoo-in for that Ashes tour if he can get there. If he can get there fit.
If he can get his shoes on.
Yes. Saw him this morning.
How good?
This pair of shoes was not broken yet. They were still intact. Small steps, baby steps.
63 for 2, 25 gone. Intriguing morning here at the Banks Homes Riverside so far. Matthew Potts has ball in hand. He'll be looking for higher honours again this summer as well. Fuller driven back at Potts. Nice shot. Too straight though, too close to the bowler to score any runs. Same again. No whip from Potts whatsoever. Just gone for the 10 runs from his 5.2 overs so far. Wicket-keeper in 2 slips, ending with hands on heads. I think had James Wharton not managed to jab his bat down on that one, there might have been a couple of shouts from behind the stumps. Something tells me. What have we got? 2,700 of you on the live stream. Welcome to all of you, no matter your allegiance. Has anyone been in touch, Rob? You got the email? Streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk.
No emails yet.
Floodlights are on. Ooh, that one squirts away. Outside edge. Paul Coughlin initially says, I'll chase that, and then realises he's got absolutely no chance. He's going to race away down towards the Bannatynes Health Club. 4 more for Wharton. Streaky runs. 67 for 2. Teapot from Potts. Just call them the Teapots. Yeah, floodlights properly on. It is dark. We've got the windows shut, but they're not tinted. It's as dark as it's been all day. We had that brief, and it was very brief, a couple of minutes when the sun popped out. Oh, that one's, again, from that wider position, swings really late. Ollie Robinson diving away to his right.
Come on, pretty strong as well. So it's not half beam or anything. Come on. Full strength.
Half tempted, I think, Wharton, then realised, nah, I shouldn't do that. Thought better of it, and rightly so. 67 for 2, 26 overs gone.
Gay's got the helmet. I'd imagine. Yeah, he's going to come in even closer at gully.
Essex 4 down. 84 for 4. Duffy's got 3 of them.
Ben Rain targeting the stump. Surrey have picked up a second. Down at Sussex. Tom Haynes is still there. They have a lot of Toms in their side, the Sussex. Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, Tom Alsop.
I think in that Somerset versus Sussex games, there were trios of Toms in both top orders.
Well, they had on Somerset side Tom Abel, Tom Banton.
Tom Lammonby.
Still some movement there. Rain angling in. Yeah, Will Rhodes and Conor Ackerman at first and second. So Firmino Gay's just moved round to gully. Ben McKinney's come towards backward point. Graham Clark in the covers. Alex Lee's mid off. Matthew Potts mid on. Paul Coughlin at straight mid wicket, and Brendan Doggett at deep backward square. Good from Rain. 2 maidens so far for him this morning.
Worth a bit of Ackerman for that over before lunch. You love it though, Rob. No one loves that token over a spin before an interval more than you do.
I think it's a bit pointless when you've got the overheads like this and the lights on.
Feels it. Bit of Will Rhodes, bit of Wilfred.
Third maiden this morning for Rain. Alex Lee's taking a stinger to his right hand. So awkward bounce just up in front of him. I think he'll be these two until lunch.
And I think that's a fair enough decision as well.
We've got 14 minutes until... Well, 13 minutes now until the lunch break.
Potts only 2 overs into this spell, isn't he? Bowled 4 up, top. He's now bowled 6 in total. 6 overs, 1 made, 0-14. And we would love to add a wicket before lunch, maybe even 2. The game was just moving along nicely from a Yorkshire perspective. 44 without loss, but then suddenly in the space of 4 balls, that became 44 for 2. Here we are, 67 for 2. Keeps a bit low, that one, on its way through to Robinson. Oh, beauty from Potts, who went up with Ollie Robinson. So, I didn't hear anything up here, which means very little. But it was I wasn't quite sure whether that was a celebrity or... I don't know, it wasn't convincing.
Have you ever seen Potts not celeb appeal?
No, that's true. It was Robinson who went up initially. Right, what have we got here? Subfielder on, is it? Or subfielder off? No.
Subfielder on. George Giselle's.
Been waved on. Alex Lee's the skipper's just nipped off.
Wonder if he's going to get that right hand checked out. It seemed pretty innocuous, but better to be safe than sorry.
Edge, and this time it's wide, a third slip. No doubt about the fact that one took the outside edge of the bat, sadly. From a Durham perspective, at least, it didn't go to hand. 4 more to the total. Wharton living a little bit dangerously at the moment. Oh, he has played 1 or 2 lovely shots.
Yeah, just get given a working over by Potts. His internal body temperature's probably just gone up a couple of degrees. Seeing that one run away down to third.
Better from Wharton. Solid. Oh. Followed it, thought about following it with his bat, left it alone. Good decision. End of the over. Floodlights still on. Full blast. It's dark, it's dingy. It's 71 for 2.
good from Rain. He feels in the battle here. Malan now 13 from 39. Got off to that quick start. Hit a couple of boundaries in his second over. But since then it's been kept relatively quiet.
It's been really tight from Rain and Potts, hasn't it? And Coughlin before them.
Well, stopped and followed. I think Brian and Cast just emerged from a net session with Will Gidman.
Nice. Good, encouraging signs.
Maybe there's hope that Durham fans will be able to see him at least once.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Before he presumably will go away on international duty.
What's it? Next week's Worcestershire away, right?
Hampshire away after that.
Then a rest week? Must be due a rest week.
Big shout for LBW.
Bit high.
Height.
And hits him outside the line.
Yeah, that's what the umpire's indicating. Don't think it's a rest week.
Well, Notts is this Friday the 17th, isn't it? And Somerset the week after.
Rest week, rest week after Hampshire.
Yeah, got to have one.
Rest week after Hampshire, then back-to-back home games again. Notts and Somerset, and then
white ball
into the T20s. I retract my... Oh, hang on. So you get it... no, it does look like Caster's finished this now. I was wondering if he was putting the pads on. I think he's just strapping them up. Putting them back away into his kit bag. Another maiden from Rain. 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 18 from him. This has been tight from Durham. The last half an hour, 45 minutes. Brought the reward of those 2 wickets, and Alex Lees jogs back on.
Hopefully that hand's all right. Matthew Potts has jumper off. Passes his cap to umpire Shanmugam.
One more from each end, you reckon, before lunch?
Yeah, if the light holds, it's very dark. No, we're all right, aren't we? Floodlights are on. If it was this dark and it was about 5 o'clock, I think we might be in a bit of trouble. 5-1. Hopefully the sun pops its head out over lunch. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Wharton, 14 from 28 since he came to the crease. 71 for 2 Yorkshire. Having been stuck in by Alex Lees. 2 wickets probably is about par, probably about an even session. Particularly when the side winning the toss has said we'll have a bowl. It's good from Potts. He's been outstanding, isn't he? Like you say, in the first game here, this week, last week, this week and last week.
Last week into this week.
Last week into this week. It's been exceptional. Really, really good.
So he won't exactly be happy with the amount of wickets he's taken, but he won't be disheartened either because he's able to recognise the bigger picture in terms of how he's feeling and how well he actually has bowled.
It so often happens in bowling, isn't it? That actually the seamer who's off with the least control so far this morning is the one that's picked up a couple of wickets. And he didn't bowl badly, Doggett. But that's why you bowl as a unit. Solid from Wharton, a bit better from him. 5 balls gone in this over, the 30th over, so decent over rate actually, given we've only seen seam. They're probably going to bowl 31 in the session, so just one short of what they penciled in for the opening session. It's been intriguing. Suggests another good pitch, a little bit in it for batter and bowler. A bit like the one we saw last week, or last week going into this week, which you'll remember. And if you don't remember, it was a thriller, went right down to the wire, 9 down, Warwickshire were when they won it. Dips on Ollie Robinson, who takes that one behind the stumps, gets up, trots down the other end because we will get one more in before lunch. 71 for 2. What do you reckon, Rushy? Alex Lee's happy with this? Obviously he'd like a couple more, but will he be happy, satisfied?
Content, I reckon. As I mentioned, they've not allowed Yorkshire to get away. That run rate has been controlled. It's barely got above 2.7. Currently sitting at 2.4. That'll be the most pleasing thing for him, that when either side of Durham taking those 2 wickets, it's been tight, it's been measured. Because it's very easy searching for wickets to leak a few runs. And Durham have been able to control both sides of that. They've been able to look for wickets, manufacture chances, manufacture good spells of bowling. It's been backed up in the field. Like I said, just not allowed them to get away, which is always the worry for a captain after sticking the opposition in. If you can't take wickets and then you can't control the run rate, it's a double whammy that you want to avoid. But Alex Lees doesn't have that problem so far. What do you reckon from a Yorkshire perspective? They'll be happy with?
Yeah,
I think they'll be happy with how they started.
I think Adam Live will still be sat there going, how on earth have I clipped that ball to square leg? Not sure how convinced Finlay Beam was of his decision, but
he did give a look back to the umpire of, really?
But then I'm not sure how convinced batters ever are about their decisions. It's not the worst stare back at the umpire I've seen in the last week or two.
There's been a few. Cut away nicely down Malan. Gets that scoreboard moving for Yorkshire. The clock ticks over to 1 o'clock. Last 2 deliveries of the morning session before everyone can have a break, have a spot of lunch, a drink. Unsurprisingly, early lunch taken down at Birmingham. Change of angle for the last ball of the session. Ben Raid's going to come over the wicket. Malan retakes his guard. Two slips and a gully. Well stopped by Paul Coughlin. That'll be lunch on day one. An even opening session here at Banks Homes Riverside. Johnny Bairstow calling tails and it coming down as a head. Alex Lees quickly saying to his fellow Yorkshireman, "We'll have a bowl, please, thank you." Adam Lythe and Finley Bean getting Yorkshire off to a solid start, but then Brendan Doggett striking twice in 4 deliveries to give Durham some impetus, and James Wharton and Dawid Malan have rode their luck at times. Also played some nice shots. Matthew Potts, Paul Coughlin, Ben Rain and Brendan Doggett, the 4 bowlers used by Alex Lees in that morning session as the players trot off for a lunch break. I think we're going to trot upstairs and have our food as well.
Sprint.
And we'll be back with you in around 40 minutes' time.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Banks Home Riverside. Sam Dalling alongside Rob Rush. He's taking a well-earned break after a 40-minute lunch break just to rest those vocal cords of his. I'm going to have Victor Main, Chief of Ground Staff, I'm going to call him, next to me very shortly. Day one of this clash between Durham and Yorkshire in the top division of the Rothesay County Championship. Yorkshire having been stuck in by Alex Lees. A 75 for 2. The floodlights are on. It is dark, I think, is the right word for it. It's dark, it's grey. It isn't raining, it isn't that windy. It's not that warm. Brendan Doggett, who is very used to slightly warmer climes, just won the Sheffield Shield over in Australia with South Australia. He's picked up the 2 wickets to fall so far in this game. Hello, Vic, you alright?
Good afternoon, Sam.
You well?
Yeah, very good, thanks. Yourself?
I can't complain on this Good Friday. There are a couple of days off in the northeast.
Excellent.
Done a bit of a tour of the market towns, Durham, Morpeth and Hexham for day trips. Beautiful.
I hope you didn't park your car in Hexham.
Left alone by water. Now, are we talking about this disc parking thing?
Yes. I've only been there once. Went to a lovely farmer's market up in Hexham.
Yeah.
Came back and found a parking ticket on my car. When the first line on the car park says parking free. So having read that far down the list, I decided that parking was free. Didn't carry on to scroll down to the bottom where it said it was only free in a certain area of the car park.
Left alone now. So I had this issue in Morpeth as well because my grandparents lived there for years. I spent a lot of time in Morpeth and went back for the first time in a couple of years and it's all changed. And yeah, it was all this. You're right, it says disc parking, but there's 3 different colours of bay.
That's right, yeah.
Depending on the colour. You needed a white bay, Vic, for future reference.
Okay.
So we parked in a white bay in Hexham because my wife and I, both being lawyers, we read the small print, not just the headline.
I see, that's what it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, I have to say that I parked in the very expensive bay. I don't know what colour it was.
No ball from Doggett, overstepping. Well, you know, if it's covered in yellow and does say bus stop, Vic, probably shouldn't leave your car there.
Probably not. But I had to ask the question, do you know who I am?
Well, you tried it.
Obviously it didn't work.
Too far out of your territory, Vic, that's why.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Well,
anyway, good morning session.
It was, yeah.
Interesting morning session.
Yorkshire were going along rather serenely, and then Brendan Doggett, this man ball in hand, changed it quite quickly. Back of a length, pushed out to Graham Clark, a backward point. You're probably a popular man before play on day one. Are you, Vic? A lot of players trying to get a word in your ear, trying to get the Yorkshire lads cozying up to you yesterday, were they? If they were.
Yeah, it's normally the day before the match that everybody wants information, but a couple of the Yorkshire players weren't here yesterday, so they had a chat this morning. The thing that they don't understand is that I haven't got a clue what the pitch is going to do, so I'll just leave that to the experts on social media.
Struggling to get his radar this morning. Bowls a lot of good balls, Doggett, but then it sticks one down the leg side once in a while. So what do you tell them? Do you make something up? Do you tell them honestly that you don't have a clue?
I normally do, yeah. I just thought this would be similar to the Warwickshire pitch last week. Little bit more green grass on it, which we left with the hope that we'd get a bit more pace and a bit more bounce, which I think we've probably seen this morning. Hopefully that lasts throughout the game. But no, I haven't got a clue, honestly, I haven't.
Just generally or about the pitch?
Just generally, really.
When do you judge a pitch, Vic? Now, can you say now after 2 hours, I'm happy with this, or do you need a few days?
Yeah, no, I mean, generally after 2 or 3 overs, you can see what the bounce is like. You can see how far back the keeper is. You can make a pretty good judgment call. Obviously, at that stage you can't see whether it's going to spin or seam a lot, or on days like today when we're overcast and whatever, you expect it to swing around a little bit, but maybe it's just a bit too cold today. Although I do think the guys were saying that it was shaping around a little bit this morning. But then on first day of a match, you'd expect the ball to do something.
77 for 2 now. 32 overs gone, Yorkshire. David Malan, former England star David Malan, former number 1 T20 batter in the world. 17 from 29. James Wharton, 14 from 40. They came together after Yorkshire lost both openers in the space of 4 balls. Adam Lyve and Finlay Bean made a solid start, but we were talking about a little bit earlier. Brendan Doggett, though, got rid of them both. Here's Paul Coughlin, who was brilliant this morning. Around the wicket. Wild swish from Malan. Just went underneath his bat there. A couple of slips in. Is it going to rain today, Vic? Because
hopefully not.
No?
Hopefully not. There's nothing much forecast. I think it's just... We've had a couple of spots this morning, but I think it's just sort of heavy overcast. They say the next 2 days are going to be a little bit colder, if anything.
Oh, joy.
Which is not a great deal to look forward to.
Cold enough for you to get the trousers on? Or
No. But I will be sat inside, I can assure you.
Yes, we have noticed the deck chairs are conspicuous by their absence. Oh, no, it's still there, but it's just empty.
It went out for about 30 minutes this morning, just about 11:15. It did get quite pleasant, so we sat outside, but unfortunately it didn't last for long.
Can you see from inside? Is that your...
Oh, yeah. Behind the
your
scorebox windows there, we can see
That's where your team sits, is it?
That's where we sit when it's cold, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
They tuning in to your live appearance?
Oh, God, no.
Good line from Coughlin. Much better things to do with their life, I suppose.
They hear enough of me.
I was going to say.
They know everything I'm going to say.
Who's on rotation today? Who's got a day off?
John's got the day off, so he'll be sat at home watching the live stream.
Yeah,
hello to John. He doesn't miss a ball. But I miss John such. When he's off, I really miss him. John is the one that makes all the tea and coffee. I've had to make my own coffee this morning.
Have you? I've had to as well, actually. It's not good enough.
It's not good. I've got 2 youngsters in the squad and I still have to make my own coffee. And what's worse, I make coffee for them as well.
It's a different world though, Vic, isn't it?
Oh, youngsters today.
You start saying to them they've got to make you coffee and all hell breaks loose. I've tried it with Rush and he gives me chat back.
Yeah, we get sent on diversity courses if we do that sort of thing.
Rush says to me, I work at Sky Sports, mate. Make your own coffee. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Know where you stand.
2 slips, wait. Driven back at Coughlin.
Now I'm gonna try and talk Malan out because
he's quite good, isn't he?
I've seen this lad score more centuries than I've seen any other player.
Have you?
I've been watching him since 2006. When he was playing for Middlesex Seconds and trying.
Yeah, because you were down there, right?
Yeah, he was trying to break his way into the Middlesex Firsts. So I've seen him play for Middlesex since then, and he used to come to our ground at Uxbridge a lot with the Seconds, and he just scored 100 after 100. Then in 2008, he broke into the Middlesex first 11 and played his championship debut at Uxbridge against Northants, which was also my debut championship match.
Was it?
And he came in, I think Middlesex were about 20 for 2. He was batting 5 and came in. He was dropped first ball in the slips and scored 100.
Nice.
Which totally changed the game.
Oh, but for that drop catch, who knows what might have happened?
Exactly.
Is Doggett. Outside edge from Wharton. 1 down to third. I think it'll just be 1. It is. Just 1. Who would you say has had the better career since? Yourself or David Malan?
I don't think there's any doubt about that. But funnily enough, in the same side back in those days was Owen Morgan. And he's another one I've seen score a lot of runs. So the boys always rip me apart because every time I see the 2 of these lads, I have a chat with them and whatever, and they really give me a ribbing for it.
It's a good side, this. Middlesex. Strauss, Shah, Joyce, Morgan, Malan, Murtagh, Udall, Finn. Match drawn that was, but 132 not out. Malan made.
Johan van der Voth got about 6 in the first innings, I think.
Oh, that's a beauty from Brendan Doggett. 5 for 68, Van der Voth.
5 for 68. Nobody took wickets at Uxbridge either.
And then he got 7 for 60 in the second dig.
Yeah.
12 in the game. what a Northants side. It was very much, I think, a Colpact based Northants side. Klusner, Ikiboye, Van der Vaaf. Good game of cricket there. David Sales.
Tell me my memory's failing me, and Malan didn't get 100.
No, he did, 132.
He did.
Yeah, spot on, Vic. Morgan got 66. Nice lad, Malan. You chat to him a bit?
Yeah, I chat to him a lot. Yeah, I like David. A lot of people find him a bit of an oddball. I think he's hampered him somewhat in his career. He's very
pigeonholed as a.
He says what he thinks. He tells you what he thinks, and that doesn't always go down particularly well. But
Driven doesn't quite get hold of it, but gets one. Well, people quite like someone that just says yes, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he should have played a lot more for England.
Played a fair bit, 100 plus games, I reckon.
Yeah.
22 tests, Ash's 100, but I know what you mean.
But I'll tell you, the best innings I ever saw him play is again in 2008, when he was just in his first season, really. Middlesex qualified for the quarterfinals of the T20, and because Lords was unavailable, the match had to be played at the Oval. Played against Lancashire. Freddie Flintoff and a few others.
Yeah, he just come back out at near retirement.
Yeah, and once again, Middlesex dropped a couple of key wickets early on. And Malan came in, and I'm sure he scored another 100. It was a big score, and he just whacked it all around the Oval. And Middlesex went on and won the T20 that year.
103 he got, Vic.
Yeah, I think that was the famous year when Shiv Chandrapur played for Durham in the finals. Not sure if it was final or semi-final, and all the Middlesex boys were shouting, "Keep him in."
Just the one. Yeah, Middlesex were 21 for 4. Batting first, made 176 for 7. Malan 103 off 54 balls.
Not a bad effort.
Kept Lancashire to 164 for 8. Kyle Hogg, there's the name. Faf du Plessis. What a team as well. Lou Vincent, Stuart Law, Flintoff, Faf du Plessis, Croft, Chappell, Cork, Mahmood. Those were the days. Right, end of the over. 80 for 2. Oh, I love a good dig into old scorecards.
Back to this game.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about Malan, so we're in the right territory. Right, retaking his mark. His guard. James Wharton. Paul Coughlin. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 17. He's been superb so far. Not got the wicket his bowling has deserved.
The other thing that I have to tell you about this Yorkshire side today is that Johnny Bairstow never fails to get 100 at Durham.
Does he not? What's his record here?
It's pretty good.
It's fine.
Whether playing for England or Yorkshire, he gets runs here.
Good cricketer, Johnny Bairstow, isn't he? I mean, that broken ankle leg came right at the wrong time for him, didn't it?
Absolutely.
Good line. Paul Coughlin.
This is nice to see Paul running in and doing well. Been hampered by injuries practically all of his career.
Oh, he's another one. Rob and I were talking about the depth of this Durham squad. A fit Paul Coughlin gets into most county championships.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Right?
Yeah.
He's the potential to be even what Jordan Clark is for Surrey. 2 slips in waiting. Driven back at him. Oh, chance of a caught and bowled there, I think. It has to go down as a chance, really. It was low. It's a long way down. He might have got a fingertip to it. And it was struck so firmly it's raced away for 4.
He caught one of those last year, didn't he? Was it in a T20 where he just stuck his hand up? Amazing.
Yeah, that one was right up by his face, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's so hard as a bowler on your follow through to adjust the body in any which way. Serious athlete, Paul Coughlin. If anyone can, he could have. He couldn't on that occasion. Ooh, goes walking across his stumps and towards him, Wharton. Gets a little flick on it. Hands on head, back-to-back boundaries. Has Wharton decided it's time to unsettle Coughlin? Again, would have been a massive shout if he hadn't got that little flick of bat on it. He did, though. That's what he's there to do. Two balls left in the 35th. 88 for 2. Edge. Oh, and wide of third slip. Second slip, even it would have been where third slip was. Instead, it's a trio of boundaries. Living dangerously a little bit, James Wharton. Paul Coughlin making stuff happen. But conceding 12 runs and 3 balls.
Just seemed to bounce a little bit more, maybe.
One ball left in this over. I don't know if he'll want it to end, Wharton and Coughlin, or if they wish it carried on. It's a little bit of a battle post-lunch between these two already. Driven. Straight at mid-off though, no run. 92 for 2, 35 gone. Challenges of having back-to-back home games, Vic. I know we touched on it last week, but there'll be plenty of Yorkshire fans listening in who won't have heard.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation for us actually because of the close proximity of the games. Really, the second game that you're playing, you're very limited on what you can do with the pitch. You have to get it ready early because there's no chance during the first game that you can get water on and do what you'd like to do. So it's a question of getting it ready early, then just hoping that it's going to sit there and not get too overcooked. It's not an ideal situation by a long way.
And is it right? I mean, obviously you can't do much of because they're playing on the square. Are you actually prevented from by any sort of regulations?
No. I mean, we can go out at lunchtime
Yeah.
and tea time. We can roll the pitch, or I mean, I wouldn't take a cutter out there. But you can certainly roll the pitch and do anything that you want to. Some people would cover them with a mat,
Yeah.
which I tend not to do.
Because
I just think you're stopping any air, you're stopping any light, you're stopping anything from getting to the pitch, which can be a good thing. I mean, if it gets too dry and you're trying to keep some moisture in there, that can be a good thing. And also the other potential danger is that someone's scarring it by diving on top of the pitch to save a ball.
Edged and taken. Yes, Brendan Doggett has his third wicket of the day, and it's David Malan, the dangerous David Malan, who's just nicked one behind for 18. Vic Domain has done exactly what he promised listeners he was going to do about 5 minutes ago. I suggest you don't have a chat to David Malan tonight. Vic, caught at first slip by Rhodes.
I have no doubt whatsoever that he'd tell me there was too much grass on the pitch and he couldn't play the movement.
Yorkshire 92 for 3, bit of extra bounce, maybe a bit of extra movement. Brendan Doggett 3 for 22.
Carried through well, slipped, didn't it? Chest high.
Took it up here, didn't he? I'd like to call him Wilf Rhodes. It's not Wilf Rhodes at all. Will Rhodes. William. Is he Wilfred? I don't know. He took the catch. Yorkshire are 3 down. Now then, Johnny Bairstow, Vic Domain promises us.
Well, I've already tried to get him out.
Hang on, I was getting his record up here. Where are we? Riverside Ground, Chester Street. 584 runs, an average of 48.66. Only the 100 in there, Vic, in 30 innings. It was 219, so it's probably a bit of mental scarring on the memory.
Yeah, I remember.
That's just for Yorkshire, I think, in Red Bull cricket.
Yeah, I remember him scoring a lot of runs here. I remember him making a big partnership with somebody and to win the game when they were chasing quite a lot. Although my memory's not very good these days.
He's got a white ball 100 up here as well. Average is 93 in white ball cricket up here. 350s and 100 in 5 innings.
He always gets runs for England here.
Will he make runs today is the question that Oh, a T20 up here. Okay, yeah, I'll give you that, Vic.
Yeah, he gets a few.
Yeah, he gets a few. Not all in red ball cricket.
No.
Anyway, he's going to be on strike. 2 right-handers now. We've had 3 left-handers. All fallen to Brendan Doggett. Now we've got the right-handed Johnny Bairstow, the Yorkshire Red Bull skipper this season. What an asset. What a man to have come into that dressing room and captain your side. Still pushing for an England recall as well, Johnny Bairstow. I don't think he'll ever give up on that. Quality cricketer. He's been around a long time now as well, Bairstow.
He's been a very good cricketer, there's no doubt about that.
So, huge wicket. If you're just joining us after lunch, Durham have already picked up the wicket of David Malan since they had their sandwiches, and then that's brought Johnny Bairstow to the crease alongside James Wharton, Adam Live and Finlay Bean, both falling this morning. No, I'm very tired. It's been a tough couple of nights. Sleep has been a premium.
Baby playing up.
Oh. I want to say playing up, but just not really sleeping. Still a joy, but crying her eyes out all night, bless her.
Is she suffering? Get the cowpole out. That all seems to work.
Yeah, cowpole overnight. It's horrible. She's used to quite like cowpole. She's taken against it now.
Oh, really?
So that's hard work. She started eating solid food. I think that's maybe bread is making her a bit gassy. I don't know. Oh, not 100% sure where that was. Yeah, Johnny Bairstow rehearses the shot they perhaps could have played to that ball. Maybe he would have played if he'd have been in for a little bit longer, the pull shot, because it was back of a length. Anyway, Yorkshire 92 for 3. Brendan Doggett has picked up the wicket of David Malan, and he has all 3 wickets to fall.
Looks like he's getting good shape on the ball as well. We're in a really good position here, right behind the pitch.
Yeah, thanks for doing the pitch. If you could do the pitches here more often, Vic, that'd be ideal.
Not sure the umpires like it. It's a long walk for them.
Yeah, it's a long walk if you've not made many runs either as well.
Yeah, that's true.
I've been told we had to close the window because we were waving,
yes,
we were moving around in here.
I did notice that.
I blame Rob Rush.
These batsmen are funny creatures. Get something into their heads.
Wow, must be a mentally quite lonely place out there batting. Cold.
It's certainly better out there than sat in the changing room, though.
True. I think Coughlin will be fancying his chances against Wharton here as well. For that previous over, yeah, there were a trio of boundaries. There was a really difficult caught and bowled put down. A little tickle down the leg side and then an outside edge that went past Colin Ackerman at second slip.
Did you enjoy the finish of the Warwickshire game?
I loved it. I know Durham fans wouldn't have enjoyed it, but that was
good game of cricket,
wasn't it? And for yourself, to see a game pan out like that, is that the perfect 4-day pitch in that we had 38 wickets just before the end of day 4, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, did the pitch contribute to that? I don't know. Put more down to the players on show,
well,
but
yeah.
It's what you aim for. I mean, you want a result on the 4th afternoon after tea, preferably. So that said, we'd be really happy apart from the actual result at the end. But
must have been
credit to the Warwickshire batters. They played very well, and young Bamber at the end there having the goal to play a ramp followed by a whack back over the bowler's head.
And it was really mature because with respect to Fernando, right, he realised he'd run out of batting partners, so it was on him to keep the strike and to make it happen, Bamber, and he did, and he'd been working on his batting, as they always are, working on all facets of the game. Yeah,
Well,
wonderful finish.
He's good stock, you see. He's good Middlesex
Of
boy.
course, yeah. Is he North Mids? His club?
I don't know. He's a bit after my time. I'd sort of left by the time that Ethan came around.
This time Bairstow facing Coughlin. Going Fuller. There's a couple of clubs in quite close proximity, isn't there? Around North Middlesex.
A lot of sides, yeah. Yeah. Ealing, when I was there, Ealing were the really strong side. Hampstead, decent side.
You done much work in Yorkshire, Vic?
Much work?
Hmm.
In terms of groundsmanship?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of clubs. I guess there is.
Have you done?
Oh, have
you had a
I?
stint
No,
anyway?
I've done nothing in Yorkshire. Sorry. I know the Yorkshire groundsman. We talk fairly regularly. In fact, he said he might pop up for half a day during this game.
Get you both on comms together. Battle of the ground stuff. Get you a little quiz about I don't know, dew ratios and soil depth.
That'd be interesting for everybody, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. We could make it presentable. You lot quite close knit as a set of county ground staff.
Very much so.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of messages already this morning from people who have been watching on live stream.
Get those two clowns off.
Carl at Lords is always good. He's always good for a message. Yeah, I mean we're all fairly close.
Punch off the back foot. The shout is yes immediately. It was a good run, I think, in the end, because Lees had to go around to his left. Is Johnny Bairstow going to give Wharton the thumbs up, or is he going to give him a stare? I think he was all right there. Push and run. Picked his fielder, or picked the right hand of the fielder, which happened to be the left hand of the fielder, if you know what I mean. Which of the Durham players are always in your ear asking questions then, Vic?
None of them really.
No?
Not now. I mean, Rushy was always a good talker. Rushy would have loved this pitch.
Yeah.
Any sign of a little bit of green, and he really liked that. But no, there's not many of them now.
Was he around at all last week, Rushy?
I don't think he was. I was asking his dad this morning because he said he was coming to the game, but I certainly didn't see anything of him.
Leading first-class wicket taker on this ground, Chris Rushworth. Wasn't able to add to it. I think he's been unfit, hasn't he? He's on his way back.
Yeah.
He's had his injury problems down at Warwickshire, which has been a shame. They've missed him.
I think he's due back the game after this round.
Ooh. Not sure what shot Johnny Bairstow was trying to play there. The shot he rehearsed after the event was a sort of front foot pull, but that wasn't the shot he played. He just sort of chased after one and it went underneath his bat.
He made it look as if it stayed down on him.
I don't know if it did. Right, end of the over, 38 gone. Rob Rush has given me the signal, so he's obviously got some questions he desperately wants to ask you, Vic. They're burning.
I should very much look forward to that then.
Burning.
It's time for me to go as well, isn't it?
I'm just going to nip out, and Rob Rush is going to come in alongside Victor Main.
Interesting session of play at the moment. Doggett bowling very well, Coughlin bowling well at the other end. Yorkshire lads trying to hang in there. We're in a fascinating position because another couple of wickets now, and Yorkshire could be in trouble. Durham are really striving for them as well.
Lovely flick from Wharton. No on it. Deep square leg. There, Graham Clark will go and retrieve that ball from the boundary. It's the same boundary dimensions as last week.
Pretty much so, apart from down towards the old scoreboard, which is that's 58 metres, as opposed to the others, which is 65.
Guess that's partly due to being on pitch 17, being over to the right hand side of the square.
Yeah, that limits. Well, that's bounced a bit. That limits sort of our boundary over that side. There were a couple of comments made to me this morning about how far the boundary on the other side has been brought in, and whether, with having a ground this size, whether we shouldn't be utilising it all and making the most of the big boundary.
And that's up to your guys' discretion as a team, isn't it? About boundary.
As a club, not not a ground staff decision. It's a club decision.
Ooh, bit of movement there for Coghlan. So that process then, is that so? Obviously, it can change from game to game.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all part of the discussion.
So who is it? You, Marcus, Ryan?
Yeah, around the three of us will have a chat, and they'll say sort of the boundary sizes that they want, which are best going to help the bowlers that they have on show. If a spinner were involved, we may go slightly longer boundaries to give them a bit more protection. But it's very much a club decision. I mean, we all want Durham to win, and we all do the maximum that we can to try and make sure that happens, without, of course, going too far. Which some sides have been known to do.
Still Cogley get that movement in towards Walter. What's the weather been like since we finished up against Warwickshire? How's that played? How has that impacted the process of getting the pitch ready for this game?
Yeah, I mean it's in many ways it's good because it's been dry. It's not been particularly warm though. So the pitch was ready. It was just a case of marking it up again and doing whatever we needed to. Again, a little bit more bounce there from Coghlan. He's getting the odd ball to get up quite well.
Yeah, Water taking a single off the last ball. He'll keep the strike for the next over. Saw Matthew Potts warming up quite vigorously during that last over. Maybe he's coming into the attack soonish.
Yeah, both of them have had a decent spell since lunch, haven't they?
Yeah, Doggett had that long early spell as well before lunch. I think it was 8 overs. So he's into the 4th over of his spell here.
Maybe one more each.
Yeah, maybe presume at some point this afternoon Will Rhodes is going to be brought into the attack. Alex Lee's obviously got those 5 seamers to work with. That is pulled magnificently from James Ward. It's going to bounce just inside the rope, so it will be 4. But he's moved himself very quickly to 39.
Picked the length early, didn't he? He was right onto that.
Still good bounce there. How much grass have you left on in terms of millimetres?
This one's got 10 millimetres on.
Like I say, that's trying to promote a bit of extra pace, a bit of extra bounce.
Bit of extra bounce mainly. This one had a better coverage of grass on it than the previous one. Previous one wasn't bad, the Yorkshire pitch. This one has just got a little bit better grass coverage. So we're just hoping for that little bit more bounce.
Going down leg. Height as well. So we talked about the pitch that they're currently playing on. What's now the process for repairing that pitch that was used for Warwickshire? I saw that you guys have already laid down some seeds.
Yeah, so the Warwickshire pitch, as soon as the game finished, we got a lot of water onto it. And then once that has started to dry out, there's no surface water on there. We punch a series of holes all across the pitch, which go down, I suppose, to about 25 millimetres. That's to create a seed bed. We then spread seed on it, brush the seed into the holes as much as possible. Then I just closed it up with a very light roller. Normally what we'd do is put new soil on top, but with the games being so close, I didn't want to put soil on because if the weather turned wet, it would cause a problem.
2 full from Doggett, struggling with his line in this over, and Wharton able to move himself to 43. A lovely clip through mid-wicket. So how long now will that pitch take to get back to a condition where you guys are comfortable with preparing it again to use for another game?
Yeah, I would say that would probably take 8 to 10 weeks before we could use it again. Maybe a little bit quicker in the height of summer when you've got a little bit more warmth, which is, I mean, the thing you want is you want warmth, you want moisture, and you want light. That's what will make the grass grow. To be honest with you, we quite possibly won't use that pitch again this season, because we've got such a big square. We're lucky in that we've got quite a lot of pitches to choose from. But from my point of view, the aim is to get it back as quickly as possible, just in case we do need to use it.
How many pitches are on the square this year?
We've got 24 on the square, of which we will use probably 18 or so are available for first class matches. The rest will be used for practice and second team games. Got some junior age group games as well, so those pitches will be used for those games. Got a lot of cricket this year with the ladies side coming on as well, so we've got to make sure that the pitches last.
Will they be using this pitch on Wednesday, or...?
No, there's a fresh pitch for the ladies right up the other end for Wednesday.
Johnny Bairstow's off the mark. Quick single out into the covers.
So that causes a bit of work, the Wednesday game, because if this one goes till Monday, doesn't finish till late Monday, we've then got to move everything across to the new pitch, which is practically across the other side of the square. All of the white screens need to change to black screens, boundaries move in, advertising carpets move in, so it's quite a lot to do on Tuesday. And the game starts fairly early on Wednesday. I think it's a 10:30 start.
Yeah, it is.
So there's not going to... Plus also we'll have both sides in for practice on Tuesday. So the time that we have available to us to cut the field and do all of the work is fairly limited. That said, we're really looking forward to it because it's the first proper Durham women's game here. There's quite a lot of excitement about it, and the overseas players coming in, and those that have been away with the Lions are coming in for the first time this season, and it's going to be good to see the Durham ladies in action.
Absolutely. Tickets still available for that game on Wednesday. Get yourself down if you are free and in the area.
Great shot, very unlucky there.
Yeah, it's almost too straight of a drive.
Absolutely.
Bairstow went tumbling back to make his ground, just in case Paul Coughlin had got a fingertip on that, and Johnny Bairstow's got a history with run-outs that he'd rather avoid repeating, although we are up the end of the country from his most egregious run-out. Still getting good movement in there, Coughlin. Just a single off that over for him. 108 for 3 here in the afternoon on day 1 between Durham and Yorkshire, and it is going to be Matthew Potts.
Good call, Rob.
There's a lot of stuff I don't know, Vic.
I'm sure that's not true.
But I can tell when a bowler is going through their warm-up, and Matthew Potts takes off the jumper, hands it to the umpire, and he's going to carry on from the Finkel end.
Still striving hard for that wicket, Durham.
Yeah.
So this next hour could be really, really pivotal in this game.
Absolutely. 8 overs, none for 18 for Potts. 2 maidens. Had a shout for a caught behind that seemed like it was bat on pad rather than an outside edge. He's got Johnny Bairstow in his sights and almost gets him first up. These two have shared an England shirt on a few occasions in Potts' debut summer. I think it was just before that horrific leg break that Bairstow suffered.
Decent ball, that one. Just seemed to nip back a bit.
Good take in the follow through. Rain and Potts seem to have their preferred ends here. Rain loves to come in from the lovely end and Potts from the Finkel. Is there anything that they say to you about that? Is there any sort of dialogue there when you know that bowlers have got preferred ends?
No, not really at all. But you're right. I mean, Ben does seem to like bowling at that far end, whereas Matthew comes in from this commentary end.
Have they said anything to you about why? Is there specific reasons?
No, I'm guessing a lot of it will be wind. Predominantly the wind comes from the southwest, which will be behind Matthew and into Ben's face. I would imagine that would be the main reason. There's no real up or downhill here at the Riverside.
Struck on the pad, but high and going down the leg side. What pitch will the ladies be playing on next week?
Ladies are playing on pitch 5, which is 3 to the left of where we played the Warwickshire game. So it's the Y to 1 up the pavilion end there. Pitch 3 was used for the university game, then we just come across to the one in between the two used pitches. And that should still give them a good boundary up to the pavilion side. It's handy being on the pavilion side of the square because the majority of the spectators will normally sit over that side, so it's close for them. Umpires are happy they don't have to walk too far. The downside is it's a long way from the groundsman's shed. It's a long way to pull a roller or anything like that.
Good battle this between Potts and Bear. So Potts returns with a maiden, his third. Still 108 for 3. Looks like it's double change. Looks like it's going to be Ben Rain replacing Paul Coughlin from that Lumley end.
Who was it that was 6 down at lunch?
Somerset.
Somerset 6 down. Oh, is that why Sam's left?
They've not been able to get back on.
Oh, really?
After lunch. Rain down at Southampton. Still off at Warwickshire. I think they're off at Lancashire as well for Rain. Gloucestershire 138 for 4 now against Kent. Derbyshire have recovered well against Northamptonshire. You can see Ben McKinney there going in at silly mid-off. Still the 2 slips await. Ben Rain returns. Morgan 117 for 2 down at Lords. Essex 112 for 5 against Worcestershire. Worcestershire going well on the road. And Sussex 164 for 2 after 38 and a bit overs down at Hove.
They're going along well.
Oh, indeed. Uppish. There, Wharton able to get on top of the bounce. Everyone knows about the slope at Lords. Vic, is there much here, or is it?
No, there's not much of a slope here. And that slope at Lords creates a lot of problems. Watering is very difficult because you water at the top end of the square and it just runs across.
Away.
Yeah, so getting pitches lower down the square watered is sort of difficult. Or if you're trying to repair previously used pitches at the top end of the square, whilst you've got pitches in preparation lower down the square, you've got to be very careful putting water on because it will travel a long distance. So it's a case of little and often. Put little bits of water on very often. But no, we don't really notice any slope here. Funnily enough, I was talking to Carl, the groundsman at Lords, recently, and he said that that's the biggest issue at Lords is actually getting water onto pitches.
Oh.
Did he get a little inside edge on that?
Judging from the lack of appeal, I'd say so. But still movement there. Obviously, floodlights are on. Guessing that's communicated to you guys via radio from the umpires?
No, we don't get involved in that. The umpires radio through to the scorers, and the scorers then will get in touch with the facilities staff who go and flick all the switches.
That's the video every day. I thought the umpires radioed you guys.
No.
For that.
No.
Rain returns with a maiden as well. So Durham, while they've only had that one breakthrough since lunch, which brought them their bowling bonus point. They've not allowed Yorkshire to get away either. That run rate's still sitting at 2.5 and over, which has been pretty consistent throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been a good couple of sessions of bowling from the Durham guys. They look right on it.
Potts reignites his battle with Bairstow.
Who's broken his bat by the look of things.
Carrying on for now.
And we're going to have the usual discussion about the shape of the ball.
Johnny Bairstow interested. And we're going to get a change, it looks like.
It looks like it.
Ball's failed to go through the gauge, which constitutes the requirement for a replacement. Heard the umpires talking to the captains before the toss about trying to be as respectful as he can be and not try and ask too many times for a change of ball, but Durham have received their wish at the first time of asking.
Have you had the coach round this morning?
No, Campbell has not made his way over.
Not made his way over as yet.
Not made his way over yet, no.
I'm sure he will.
He knows he's got open access anytime he wants to come on the live stream.
I thought he was a regular first morning of the match.
I think he picks and chooses when he wants to come round. Obviously had Emily Windsor on last week as well. Anyway, Durham have their change of ball.
Are you planning the return of Bumble this year?
That's way above my pay grade, Vic.
I'm sure Sam can fix that, can't he?
It's way above my pay grade. I leave that to the powers that be.
I don't know. I thought you Sky Boys ran cricket.
On both fronts. Still way above my pay grade. Anyway, Potts with a different ball in hand.
What a lovely shot.
Well, that's one way to deal with a change of ball if you're Johnny Bairstow. Lovely extra cover drive. See Potts with a massive smile on his face. To be honest, it's hard to try and find a moment when he's not smiling.
Well, was it Will Gibman down there that threw the ball back? I think he threw him the old one back. Yeah, I think he should have done.
That is raced away to the mid-wicket fence. Back-to-back boundaries for Bairstow.
Will wanders down beneath us to go and throw a few more balls at another batter.
Yeah, I wonder who's in the nets out there.
That is a lovely shot. This is the Johnny Bairstow we know.
Wonder if there's a few words exchanged between Bairstow and Lees when that change of ball was going on.
Johnny was certainly heavily involved in it.
What does Potts have as a response? Been hit for 12 off his last 3. Better.
It's a fine balance, isn't it? You know, if you over pitch, Johnny's going to drive you, and if you're just that little bit short, he's going to pick you up through mid wicket.
Yeah, it's what the top players we talked about with David Bellingham. Well, watching David Bellingham last week, just the ability to your margin for error goes from being already very small to being even more like determined, like almost like centimeters. It's what the top players seem to be able to do. Johnny Bairstow's in the mood. Beats a despairing dive of Emilio Gay in the covers. I imagine Matthew Potts is just probably ticking over right now. Productive over for Yorkshire. They moved to 124 for 3 after the change of ball. Any plans for the old scoreboard? Obviously, we've got the new scoreboard away on the pavilion side of the ground. Any plans for the old scoreboard?
I've not heard anything. I know at one stage, a long time ago, I think when Northern Rock were involved with the club before the time I was here, there was talk about everything across that side being knocked down, the temporary stand being taken away, and the County Durham stand being taken all the way round to the bottom floodlight there. But obviously their money went out of the game, and nothing's happened.
Lovely shot. Open the face. Amelia Gay will chase it down. It will be a couple. Wharton moves to 45.
But I think that's one of the beauties of this ground, and is that it's not a concrete bowl. You can see outside the ground. You can see trees. You can see the castle, and I think that's all to the benefit of the ground. I guess you've been across to the fun fair in the park at lunchtime, have you?
Nah, I missed out on that one.
Well, to be there for the 4 days. Get yourself across there at some stage, win a coconut or whatever.
Half stopped by Clark. It will be definitely 2, and I think they'll settle for it 2. They will. If my nieces and my nephew are up here, I think they would definitely be interested in going over.
Yeah, they'd be pulling you across there with your money.
Yeah, most definitely. So what will be the process like for you guys end of play today and before play tomorrow in terms of pitch? Obviously you are limited in what you can do. But
yeah, not a lot we can do.
You can mark, you can sweep.
Yeah.
Is that basically it?
Yeah, end of play we'll sweep up. If any of the bowlers' footmarks are deep, we'll repair those. And that's about all we can do. Put the covers on.
Yeah. Had a bit of a situation last week as umpire signals one for the other with Taz Ali, the leg spinner. Some of the Durham players were maybe questioning the second step of his follow through being close to that danger area.
Yeah.
Any chat from the umpires to you about that? Or?
No, nothing at all. I think the coaching staff were probably more interested in it than the umpires were. He was actually encroaching. There's no doubt about that. He was encroaching on the danger area. But I guess that's down to the umpires to make a decision. I wouldn't wish to criticise an umpire or anything, but there are certain umpires who would have mentioned it to him, maybe even cautioned him about it. But the two we had here, I think they possibly had a word in his ear a couple of times, but it never got to a stage where they felt that they needed to take action.
Wowee. Wowee. So with pitch from Potts, first time today that he's just kind of lost his length.
This is turning into some contest now, isn't it?
Yeah, also, I mean, Johnny Bairstow is never going to back down from anyone.
No, he's going after it.
So, Potts started with a maiden towards Bairstow, then started the last over, which I think was his second. The ball got changed after one ball, and Bairstow responded by crunching him for 16 after the remaining over. She started with another boundary there. And just drops it down to third. Opens the face.
I think Wharton's just been happy to watch this from the other end. He's going along quite nicely.
Yeah, he's played some nice shots himself. Has
He
Wharton
certainly has.
for his 47. Got to be defensive there, though.
Just squared up a little bit there. Suggests the ball maybe moved away from him a little bit.
Yeah, sorry to get up in. I know the ball got changed a couple of overs ago, but obviously umpires do their best to choose a ball that best replicates the one before it. You see there Potts using the sweat from his forehead to try and get some shine. That'll be 50. For James Wharton, he's played some lovely shots since arriving at the crease. Very talented academy product from Yorkshire. He's batted very nicely today. Well-deserved 50, and on a pitch like this, Vic, he'll be looking to go and double it.
A pitch like this, I'm interested in that comment.
Oh, he's made it look.
no,
he's made it look pretty simple so far.
He's played very well. That was a lovely shot. He waited on it, opened the face of the bat, put it square. He looks well organised. I've not noticed him before, but this has been a very impressive innings. It's funny being involved in these games at the home ground. We tend not to notice the other games that are going on around the country. So we're not on top of all these up and coming players like the likes of yourself are.
The benefits of having prep time in between games and not having to do the hard work that you guys actually does creating the pitch.
I'm not sure that's hard work.
137 for 3. Yorkshire's fourth wicket partnership going pretty well out there. Wharton 51 from 87, and Johnny Bairstow trying to give a bit back to Matthew Potts. Gonna face Ben Rain here. Guards he taking middle. Still 2 slips. Backward point. Extra cover. Mid on, mid off. 2 mid wickets. Ben McKinney's in it a catching mid wicket. And a long leg.
I thought Ben bowled particularly well in the second innings against Warwickshire last week. Probably deserved a 5-for. Would have been nice if he'd got it as well.
Yeah, 4-for for him second go round. Picked up 81 as well with the bat in second innings, which is a crucial innings for Durham.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer.
tinkering with his field here, moving Ben McKinney and Brendan Doggett around.
That's
Big shout given! Johnny Bairstow has to walk for 22. He gave some treatment to Matthew Potts. Ben Raines steps up for his opening partner and sends Johnny Bairstow on his way. 137 for 4.
Not sure John is particularly happy, but it looked a good shout from here. Just looked as if it nipped back a bit. Height would be a possible question.
He wasn't happy with his dismissal in the first innings.
He's never happy when he gets out.
I mean, find me a batter that you can see him there chuntering away to himself.
Yeah.
Find me a batter that is happy when they're dismissed.
Well, they're not many.
Maybe after they've piled on 350 and want a bit of a rest and a drink.
I think they still want to go on to 500 then.
Bairstow walks for 22 at Ben Rain. Just as they were starting to get going there, Yorkshire pegged back.
That's a great wicket. Great wicket to take. Not only because it's Bairstow, but we were looking as if we were starting to get a little bit desperate then for one to come through.
George Hill, the new batter out at number 6 for Yorkshire, went to the same school as Harry Brook. 4 first-class tons for him, average of 33 all over. 82 wickets as well, so first of the all-rounders for Yorkshire. 5 wickets in total last week. I think split 4 and 1 between innings.
So that would be the school in Cumbria whose name escapes me just at this moment, where Durham played a couple of years ago.
Escapes me as well. However,
I know the groundsman's name who works there. But Sedbergh School, that's right.
The joys of technology, Vic.
Absolutely.
He'll take his guard. He's going to have 4 deliveries left in this Ben Rain over.
Where's Sam Darling? Has he gone missing?
He's MIA.
I think he's doing this on purpose. He's leaving me here for about 3 hours.
Yeah, little do you know it, Vic, you're actually now here for the rest of the day.
I'm sure that won't be particularly entertaining for the folks. They're switching off in their droves at the moment.
Straighter in the hill has to defend that one. Well, we're around. We're just shy of 3,000 viewers, Vic. So
really? Yeah, but we had 11 the other day.
That is true. Although I don't think. I think 10 to 3 on day 1 afternoon is a bit different than 10 to 6 on day 4.
Yeah.
9 down, chasing 340 to win.
I guess 3,000. That's a healthy advert for keeping the live streams going. I think it's been a great addition to the coverage of cricket. This form of cricket needs to reach as many people as it can.
Successful over for Durham. Ben Rain providing the breakthrough, 137 for 4.
Guess a lot of locals will be tuning into the Sunderland game pretty soon now. Ah, he is back. So I need you guys to keep me informed of how Swindon Town are doing today. We're playing at Grimsby. Could do with another 5-4 or whatever.
So do you want it to reach the same excitement levels as last week?
Well, that would be good, wouldn't it? If watching Swindon Town ever got exciting.
Better from Potts.
Right, guys, thanks for your time. I'm going to love you and leave you and hand back over to Sam.
Thank you very much, Vic, as always. Lovely looking shot. Will be down to third for just a single.
Young Wharton's batting all right now, isn't he? Shaky start. Good player. What did he make? 285 back end of last season in that draw. I think he made a big 100 at Chesterfield as well. On a spicy pitch to beat Derbyshire. Looks a good player. Good people to learn from at Yorkshire. They got a top batting lineup. Solid from Hill. I don't know. What do you reckon? Durham nudged ahead. What, are we halfway through the day now after this ball? 48 overs. Good over rate. I've just staying upstairs, given it's been all seamers. Love a good over rate, me. You're not talking to me, Rushy. Have I offended you?
I was just checking some news, checking some stats. I would say it's still
Even?
fairly even. Although if you're gonna push me, I'd say
I'm going to literally push you.
really.
Yeah. That'll make for good content, won't it, on the commentator cam? You and I just wrestling. Do it after the next over, shall we?
You are going to lean it one way. I would say slightly more towards Durham.
Yeah, that last wicket. Just tip the scales. Always good fun to have Vic on.
Always. He's too harsh on himself. He offers a great perspective. Rain mixing line up.
Ooh.
Beauty.
That was lovely from Ben Rain.
Lovely.
No wonder he's got a big old smile on his face. Across his boat race.
Edged. dropped in and out of the hands of Colin Ackerman at second slip. That smile is gone.
The claws. The claws may be a bit cold, a bit grabby. Just looked like he moved his hands towards them. Unlike him, it's tough there, because he's quite close. Was travelling that.
That's one of the few opportunities Wharton has allowed. Durham dropped on 52. And that's going to hurt.
Just a little bit of salt sprinkled over that open cut and then pushed in, smoothed in.
Yeah, not what Ben Ray would want. You look like you're stroking a cat there for a second. Yeah, Wharton dropped on 52, straight in and out the hands of Ackerman at second slip, and then a lovely on drive. I wasn't sure if he timed it, but as he said something, this outfield's pretty fast. Just ran away from Alex Lees. Two types. When do you reckon we might see some Will Rhodes into the attack?
Let's have a look. Quite soon is an answer. I'm just going to check on how many overs all the bowlers have bowled. But yeah, what are we? Almost 50 overs into the game. I think it's probably about time. He's got a knack, Will Rhodes, hasn't he? Oh,
it's good from range. Should have had a wicket. Should have had James Wharton back in the sheds. But Colin Ackerman unable to hold the catch. 142 for 4.
yeah, some lovely deliveries from Ben Rain there. He's done everything he can to pick up the wicket there. He just needs his fielders to hang on. Nobody drops them deliberately, obviously, so occasionally even Colin Ackerman puts one down. A lifeline though for Wharton on 52. He's on 56. Hill is yet to get off the mark. Matthew Potts yet to pick up a wicket. Almost 2,800 of you out there on the live stream. Sure, there's plenty of Yorkshire fans logged on, logged in. Great to have them with us, you with us, if that applies to you, on this Good Friday. Hill off the mark. Nice to have a bit of cricket over the bank holiday weekend. This game, Good Friday through to Easter Monday. Easter egg of choice, Rob Rush?
That's a very good question, Sam.
Oh, you know, I'm known for these probing interviews of mine. Don't let my subjects get off the hook lightly.
Subjects.
Flicked. And it will be 4. In front of square, Water moves on to 60. Just a little, almost top spin forehand jab from Wharton. Played it off the back foot. Flicked it into the leg side.
Yeah, Potts hasn't really found the line and length so far this afternoon. Johnny Bairstow delivered him some treatment before he was sent back by Ben Rain, so Potts looking to bounce back here.
Straight again. Flicked for 1 this time.
I'd go for a mini egg. Easter egg. That's what I'd go for.
A mini egg, interesting. So you'd want the actual egg with, what does it come with, a pack of mini eggs inside?
Come with a pack of mini eggs, I believe a cream egg as well. Cream egg or 2.
I don't know if it does, you know.
Well,
Mini eggs and cream eggs are different concepts, mate. I've asked you for 1. You've got greedy.
I'm always greedy, mate.
Opens the face.
You know firsthand how green I am with how many wickets I had last week.
Oh, yeah. I know that's why you were tapping on my shoulder as well. You just sat there. I was taking wickets. You were like, I need in on this action.
It's like, get him out of here.
You haven't got the patience for 4-day cricket, mate.
It's fine. I've picked up a mini egg Easter egg, so I'll be able to let you know.
Have you?
On Monday.
Okay.
What it comes with.
You're going to wait till Sunday, are you?
Yeah.
Good discipline.
I have a very sweet tooth, but I can hold off on an Easter egg.
Okay. Could have waited till Monday, mate. Discount. Big discounts on Monday on the old Easter eggs.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll be
rinsing that.
I'll see if I can. Depending on what time we finish up here.
Yeah. 50 gone. 149 for 4. Run rate of just a fraction under 3 and over.
What's your Easter egg of choice then?
So as a child, I remember something. I don't know if people will remember it, and I suspect people won't really care, but called a squeg. A square egg.
What?
Pretty sure that's what it was called.
Showing your age now, mate.
And the beauty of the squeg was because of the shape of it, there were some really thick areas, some proper, none of this couple of millimetres of chocolate. We're talking centimetre thick chocolate. Wonder if it still exists actually. There it is.
George Hill retracts the bat at the last second. Good choice, otherwise Ollie Robinson was waiting.
Made by Cadbury's.
Beauty. He's done everything there. Just not been rewarded with the outside edge.
I can just see in my peripheral vision, Robert.
Hang on. The full name's out. Am I in trouble?
Over to the left, always in trouble, mate. Always one step away from a P45, you. Brendan Doggett just starting to warm up.
And again. "14 overs and 4 balls, 1 for 30 with 6 maidens in there." From Rain.
Bowled beautifully this latest spell, hasn't he? Absolutely beautifully.
Drops a tad short. George Hill pounces. Only scoring shot of the over. 153 for 4.
Yeah, I just think it Rain's pace, if he does drop a tad short like he did there, ball sits up nicely. It was put away. Right. I was correct for once. I'd seen Brendan Doggett warming up. He's now taking his jumper off. He's the man with 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. All 3 left-handers. Live Bean Malan. He's got ball back in hand.
brought the sunglasses today in hope. I think they can stay off for the rest of the day.
You need the light enhancers, mate. Remember those? You ever had a pair of those?
Nope.
Did what they said on the tin. They sort of be like yellow sunglasses. They make it seem like glorious weather out there, even though the floodlights have been on since about midday. Gloomy. Quick single, good running. Clock that Emilio Gay would have to wander all the way around that ball at cover. Comfortable one. Been through scores elsewhere recently, Rob? Not that I've not been listening to you. Obviously, I'll hang off your every word. Oh, that is a peach.
Oh, we can have a look round at the end of the over.
Bit of rain elsewhere, isn't there? Never rains up here.
I think last I checked, we've got 4 games off for rain at the minute.
Have we really?
I think so.
Summer is over, is what you're saying.
Yeah, we all got ahead of ourselves. We need to rein it back in. No pun intended.
Oh. This time last week, it was shorts and t-shirts. Back of a length. Okay, he's got a chase on. Come on, Emilio is the shout. They've run 2. They're going to run 3. Durham got that 1 bonus point so far for having taken 3 wickets. They've now got 4. Batting bonus points available in the first innings for wickets 3, 6 and 9, so up to a maximum of 3 inside the first 110 overs. Batting 5 points available when you hit 250, 300, 350, etc. up to 450. Again, first 110 overs. That is going to be 4. Ooh, maybe it's not.
You spoke too soon. You underestimated the commitment of Matthew Potts.
Yeah, that is brilliant from Matthew Potts. I knew as well. As soon as I said it, I was watching it. And I was thinking, go on the ball. Don't make me look silly. But Matthew Potts has not given up on that. And I think he's done pretty well. He's certainly dragged the ball back inside the ropes. And it's just going to be 2. Wharton, 64, looking good. There was a few that were surprised he didn't go on the England Lions tour over the winter. I'm sure I read an interview with Don Bess where he was like, I don't really understand how he didn't get picked. There are so many young cricketers who are very good around this country, mind. But 900 odd runs in half a season. Drilled at Potts. 52 gone, 159 for 4. Of which James Wharton has 64 of them. George Hill's got 9.
Yeah, so Somerset and Hampshire have not been able to take the field yet for the afternoon session.
Kyle Abbott got wickets there, by the way.
He has indeed.
He loves bowling against Somerset, Kyle Abbott.
Warwickshire and Notts have not managed to return after being taken off this morning. Currently off at Lancashire. They're 61 for 3. And Derbyshire and Northamptonshire have just been taken from the field, with Derbyshire 210 for 4.
So it really is raining everywhere.
Well, Ben Rain's fun is over for the minute. It's going to be Paul Coughlin. Come back for his 3rd spell as Stanley McAlinden makes his way back from the nets down below us. That's one on the hips that's flicked away to Doggett, yeah, so running through the rest of the scores in Div 1, Sussex currently 210 for 2. They've had a phenomenal start against Surrey. Essex are 146 for 6 against Worcestershire. Somerset 94 for 6, as we said, not been able to get on since lunch. Warwickshire 34 for 2 as they wait for a break in the weather down there. Good bounce there from Coghlan. Lancashire 61 for 3. They're currently off. Glamorgan have had a mini collapse, Sam.
Have they?
They are 139 for 5.
Okay. Who's picking up wickets there?
Believe Dane Patterson might have picked up a few.
On debut.
Toby Rowland-Jones has 2. Henry Brooks has 1. It's a good signing, that, Dane Patterson.
Oh, yeah. Brilliant.
Kane Williamson to come as well. Gloucestershire 183 for 4 against Kent. I believe Grant Stewart has picked up an injury for Kent.
That's disappointing for him. Any idea what that injury is?
Not as yet, no.
So was he batting or bowling? Sorry.
Bowling.
I should know that, given the scorecard you've just read.
Can't get the staff these days.
No, you can't. Can't all come up to Sky Sports standards, mate. Some of us operate in that level just below.
Driven, but nicely stopped by Conor Ackerman. He's moved himself out of Sip Calling. Just going to be Will Rhodes in there for a minute. He was going through some bowling warm-ups as well. So we're maybe not too far away from the former Warwickshire all-rounder being brought into the attack.
You'd be a fan of that move? Bring him into the attack, or just generally of Will Rhodes?
Lovely.
Shot.
Lovely clip. James Wharton's making batting look quite easy right now. He moves himself to 68. Dropped on 52, remember. Bowling of Ben Rain. I mean, yeah, I'll be a fan of bringing Will Rhodes into the attack. I think you need to try and find some rest for your seamers where you can. And also, yeah, he's not quite had the start he would have wanted to his Durham career so far, but overall the reaction was when he was announced as making the move up north, it was a very positive and almost a bit of a, whoa, how have Durham pulled that one off? So, belief is obviously he'll come good. Protection out there now on the offside for Wharton. He'll keep the strike going into the next over. 165 for 4.
Thanks for that lovely roundup of the scores elsewhere, Rob. I really enjoyed it.
You're welcome, mate. Anytime.
Thank you. I might ask again, actually. You did it so well. No rain here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Lots of grey cloud. Fairly windy. Floodlights are on. Yorkshire are batting.
The only rain in the northeast I know is Ben Rain.
You're going to try that gag again in a different format again?
No.
Probably 3 or 4 you've had now.
Nah.
No?
I'll close up shop on that one.
Okay. You're welcome to try. I wasn't suggesting that you stop at all. Deep point goes up. Just one slip now. Pulled. Shout of catch it. And McKinney has. How disappointed Wharton will be. How delighted Durham will be. Dropped on 52. Raced up to 69. Short ball from Dogger. Pull shot. I can't say my names properly. Ben McKinney has got underneath that ball. Almost misjudged it slightly. He took the catch quite low to the ground. Durham have their 5th wicket, 4 of which Brendan Doggett has got. Yorkshire 1-6-5 for 5.
I think we'll throw that in the Adam Live
Mm.
category of dismissals as soft. I get Wharton was playing well. He was. 69 for him. Made batting look... It looked like he was batting on a different pitch to everyone else, but when you get yourself in, you've got to go and make some scores. And yes, he was giving a life on 52. Con Ackerman unable to claw the catch at second slip, but it's a short ball. The cover has been out there now for a couple of overs now on the fence for Wharton after those shots he's played. I don't know, for me, I think he's got to be kicking himself because there was a century there. Same thing we said about Kai Smith.
Yes.
Last week.
He will be. It's not a short boundary, is it? But it's one you probably eye up.
It is the shorter
Yeah.
of the boundaries, 58 metres from the middle out towards the old scoreboard. But
he's a big unit. When he first connected with it, oh, that is so schoolboy from Rob Rush. Hasn't got his phone on silent. Who's ringing you, Rob Rush?
no, and it was complete miss.
Oh,
Complete mistype.
okay.
Misclick.
From the Rush. Anyway, I don't know. I expected though when I heard the connection, I thought that's 6. I thought he was clearing the scoreboard
And
there.
then you look.
You could see. I couldn't see the ball. You could see McKinney though.
I guess
was trying to pick the ball up.
Okay, so I saw Ben getting down into catch it. I thought, oh,
Right, someone's nipped off for a bathroom break, so he's now sprinting back. Is that Will Rhodes? I think he's just nipped off. We'll see him back in screen. There he is. He's just taking advantage of the facilities under the scoreboard. I'm sure he's delighted I pointed that out as well. New batter is young Mr. Revis. Into the side this week. Doggett on a fifer. Oh, starts with a beauty. Good carry through to Ollie Robinson. Strange bowling innings from Doggett this, right? He's bowled 13.2 overs, picked up 4 wickets. He's bowled some absolute beauties, but he's probably been the least consistent of the 4. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant, I can see you screaming at me while desperately trying to turn your phone on silent after your misclick.
so they say as a bowler, some days you'll bowl brilliantly and end up with nothing, and some days you'll bowl below your best and pick up 5 for.
He's been good, make no mistake about it. Just slightly inconsistent. Maybe I'm being harsh.
I'd say you're being harsh, mate.
Would you?
I would.
Fair. Ignore me.
I often do, mate.
These two spent a lot of time together. Matt Revis and George Hill went to school together. Sedbergh over in Cumbria. Is it Martin Spate, I think, was director of cricket there for a while.
Early tea down at Hampshire.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, this is good from Doggett. Maybe I have been a bit harsh. I'm not mean to be. Maybe those just leg side wayward ones in that first spell of...
Tainted your vision.
Yeah.
Essex have lost to 7th.
Are they? Worcestershire on the charge. Duffy got 5 for yet?
He's got 4.
So no. Oh, this is beautiful from Brendan Doggett. Wicket maiden. Sees off the dangerous Wharton as well. 165 for 5, 54 gone.
I didn't want to be blunt in response to your question, Sam, but if you want me to be blunt, I can be blunt. Yeah, no, he doesn't have a fiver. We have fun. Sometimes. T as well down at Derby. Charging 10 for 4. Paul Coughlin to continue. 2 slips now. to George Hill. Durham now just trying to turn the screw on Yorkshire. Really apply the pressure. No freebies, no quick singles. Allow them to control the game. Ooh! Tough chance down to Amelia Gay at Gully. It's going to run away for 4. Durham won't be too disheartened though. Brought the edge. Paul Coughlin deserves a wicket.
Yeah, despairing dive to his left immediately, almost happened in slow motion. It's funny this, isn't it? Because at midday today, we were talking about there not being a chance created in the whole game. And since then, Durham have picked up 5 wickets, created a couple of extra chances on top of that as well. They've been brilliant after that first hour.
I feel like the ball's been following Emilio Gay the last few weeks in the field. Every sort of half chance seemed to drop down just in front of him. Lovely looking drive, but straight to rain.
Will Rhodes at first slip. He's now warming up. Durham will be sniffing bowling them out for 220, something like here. That would be a brilliant day. Well, depending on what they ended up on close, but...
Back of a length. Pulled nicely from Hill to end the over. He moves to 18, 173 for 5.
Picked it up early, didn't he? That's what I expected Wharton to do, really, to the Doggett ball. Maybe the Doggett ball was a bit sharper, a bit closer to the body.
Pace does funny things.
It does. Unsurprisingly, Doggett continuing. 4 for 37 for the Aussie. Can he take enough wickets to force him his way into the side for the World Test Championship final at Lords? That'd be good news for him. Be good news for Durham. Things change in terms of your eligibility. Yes, I was going to say it right first time. It's just my words today. They seem to have escaped me. I'm tired. Brendan Doggett isn't tired. Beauty. Edged. Not sure it quite carried. I think basically what the fielders are saying is we don't think it carried. I think it was gathered cleanly but on the bounce. Genuine edge though. This is good from Doggett. Searching for a 5 for.
Maiden Durham 5 for him. Where it would be.
So I'm going to chat with Alex Lees. Happy skipper right now. Oh, driven. False shot. This is really good. Revis yet to get off the mark. You a fantasy cricket player, Rob?
Am indeed.
Play the cricket draft. Any tips?
Not really, no. It's a bit of a... It's luck of the draw, as it is with all fantasy. Why, are you getting involved?
No, just having a little look. Saw a bit of it come up on social media. I'd never played fantasy sport in any sort of way. These FPL, everyone's obsessed with that. It's a whole market of itself now in terms of content, isn't it?
I'm a big FPL player.
Are you?
Massive.
It's all luck though, mate. You've just said it.
There's some skill in terms of maximising your budget,
2 slips.
but it's just a prediction, isn't it, how you think players are going to play. There's obviously some personal bias that comes into it. If you've got favourites in squads that you like.
Who do you reckon the most picked Durham players are? Can we find that out? Because I guess it's about balancing value with points they're going to score, right?
Yeah.
If everyone was just picking players, I mean, Bellingham would be in most sides, right? But presumably he's quite expensive.
I think he is the most expensive Durham player.
End of the over. 56 gone, 174 for 5.
Think we can get some Will Rhodes.
Yeah, he was warming up a little while ago. It doesn't surprise me to see him now.
We are indeed going to get some Will Rhodes. Imagine Potts has been quite a popular pick at the start of the season. Tucked away into the leg side. I think they're off for rain at Sussex as well now.
Yes, they are. They're just having tea at the moment. I was having a look. Tom Haynes going along nicely there, isn't he?
Very talented cricketer.
Madson's fallen short of a century, 89. Yeah, if Haynes had a good year back in Division 1, then he comes into the reckoning. Surely left-hander. Oh, there's a lot of good players around.
Short and wide. Not the start Will Rhodes wanted.
Yeah, we'll call that a loosener, shall we?
better from Rhodes. George Hill will retain the strike on 23, 180 for 5.
Surprised you're not contractually obliged to go 180. Done a bit of darts? Did a bit of darts, didn't you?
Yeah.
You into it?
Massively into it.
Favourite player? I was about to call them a dartist and then realised
Dartist. Behave.
it'd be a good nickname, wouldn't it, actually? The Dartist. Rob the Dartist Rush. You player as well? Fancy yourself on the hockey? Yeah, you do, don't you?
I may or may not have a board at home.
Here's Doggett. Shot.
Get after that.
Just over pitched. Alex Lees will get after it, but only to pluck it from the other side of the rope. 4 to Hill. Just a fraction too full from Brendan Doggett. Six and a bit overs left till tea. Remember days 1, 2, 3. You can make your own minds up whether I was saying all 3 numbers or just days 1 to 3. We play until 32 overs remaining. Then we have tea on day 4 fixed at 3:40 as Ben McKinney disappears to deep square leg. Cut into the ground, into the leaping. Well, the hands weren't leaping. Graham Clark was leaping. His hands clutch the ball. Emilio Gay does a little bit of work on it. Throws it to skipper Alex Lees. Birthday on Monday, wasn't it, last week? Emilio Gay's birthday as well. Bit of a dampener on it with the result. Big shout for LBW. Does Doggett have 5? No, he doesn't. The head is shaken. I'm going to get a leg by. Doing too much, going down a leg.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Doggett's asking the question of umpire Shan Mugen. Yeah, Doggett just indicating, was that going down? And there comes the nod. Must have been quite close. Was a decent shout. 4 for 42 Doggett's got. Where's Ben McKinney? He's back in what would be the ring. Fielded down at third, long leg. Everyone else is up in within 30 yards of the bat. 2 slips. Cut away for Revis is up and running. First boundary for him. Just sat up nicely, that. All he had to do was wait. Punch it to the boundary. Last ball with the 58th. Doggett's 16th. 190 for 5. 38 left in the day. Who's happier right now, Rob Rush? Durham, surely? So that's a leading question, Your Honour. Who's happier right now, Rob Rush?
Still Durham, but Yorkshire will be, I think, heartened by the fact this pitch is still showing that it's, well, still showing it's day one. But it is a good pitch. There are runs to be had if you can get yourself in. But for Yorkshire, it's been a case of batters getting in and then getting out. Edged and gone. Back of a length, extra bounce from Will Rhodes. Matthew Revis could only poke at it, and Colin Ackerman does not drop that one. The claws work. Second time around for the Dutchman. Revis goes for 7. Yorkshire in trouble. 190 for 6.
A bit of oil on those claws, maybe a bit of heat on them. Just sat up for, okay, here I'm going to go. I'm going to punch this off the back foot for 4. Mistimed it, and we said Will Rhodes makes stuff happen. He has made a 6 wicket happen. Durham on top, 190 for 6. It's been a good session, Rob. Very good session.
4 wickets so far. Durham pick up their second bowling bonus point. Alex Lee's decision after Johnny Bairstow called incorrectly proving to be a good one. But Yorkshire still have batting to come, and the man walking out to middle right now, safe to say he's got a fair bit of confidence behind him after last week.
Yeah, what a career he's had, really. For someone who's still very young, as a
27.
Spinner. Yeah, 27. Played test matches, 4 or 5 years ago, was thrust into
Thrusted as a 20-year-old.
Him and Jack Leach taking wickets for fun at Taunton. Don Bess decided to move on. And it hasn't gone perhaps quite as well as he might have
Not as smoothly,
foreseen.
I think, as he would have wanted.
But he's a tough character, Don Bess. Gritty cricketer, good cricketer, brilliant to have around, great skill set. And I think he has been a good signing for Yorkshire. I think he could well prove in 8-10 years' time, whenever he finishes his career, to be a wonderful signing. Spinner, he's going to keep getting better, right? Keep learning. Maybe you don't peak as a spinner. I really cannot speak, can I? Which is not ideal in this gig.
Okay, so when the gig is commentary, Sam, your voice is pretty important.
Yeah, it's quite key. Just the wrong words keep coming out. We have to start speaking more slowly and thinking about the words.
Amelia Gay comes in at second slip. Alex Lee's sensing. Trying to strike twice.
What's he sensing? Vulnerability?
Yeah, trying to get on the front foot. Full from Rhodes, and Best as well to jab the bat down just in time. Otherwise, Theory's toe was being taken off.
Not literally.
I hope not literally. Big shout for LBW. Not given. Wicket maiden for Rhodes, 190 for 6. I thought I heard 2 noises there.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there, Rob Rush. But 1 in the over, he'll have to settle for that.
Ben Raines making a return, Sam, but not from the Lumley end.
A change. Cheeky little change. Bit of Finkel end work from Ben Rain. Not the end he prefers. He does prefer the Lumley. I think having just brought Will Rhodes into the attack, he'll potentially get a few more before tea. Rain's got the potential for 3 overs here from the Finkel end. Might see a bit of pot straight after tea, I reckon. Not quite thinking of that second new ball yet. Still 21 overs left with this one. Durham will be hoping this is over and done in those 21 overs, right? Pressure's on. Hill's batting okay though, 27 from 36. He's batting nicely, in fact. 2 slips. Rain goes fuller.
Yeah, watching that wicket back, Revis was very unhappy with himself.
Pushes that into the offside, just for a single. Best takes guard. Fresh from that 100. Did go and play white ball cricket in Zimbabwe, I think, and batted at 3. What's it called? Is it the Logan Cup out there? I think he batted at 3 out there. It's been a funny old career for Don Best. 10 years. A couple of loan spells out from Yorkshire where he went back to Somerset. Did he go to... I want to say Warwickshire.
I was thinking Worcestershire.
One of those two. I think it was Warwickshire. Close to being released by Yorkshire. Not always used a frontline spinner. Just withdraws the bat there.
Good knowledge, Sam Dalling.
Warwickshire?
Was Warwickshire.
What's he played first class games now then? 102. 14 tests. It's been a while since, maybe 7 or 8 years since his test debut. He said, well, 20. He's 27 now.
I think his last exploits were the South Africa tour.
I think he's, well, yeah,
just before COVID, or
yeah,
that COVID bubble at home.
Yet to see the best of him.
Might have been that COVID bubble, those tests against the West Indies.
Yeah. Remember that. Did he go with Sri Lanka after that when he picked up a 5? Was it he picked up a 5-fer? I think it was. Remember it being a not the best bowling 5-fer, which he was readily admitting. Not sure he'll ever play Test cricket again. You never know. But I think he'll be a top county pro for many years. Driven. Nice shot. Shot of a man in confidence. Flashy, but all the way along the ground. Backward of square, off the mark with a 4. And their end, over number 60.
Four overs left till tea, as you say, Sam. Good over rate, considering it has been seam all the way through.
Yeah, it slowed down a bit, though, hasn't it, in the last... I thought we were bang on for actually an on-time tea time, but that hasn't quite materialised.
Hill lucky there that ball didn't take the splice.
Just thought about it, didn't he? Nudged that bat out.
More watchful that time round. I mean, never say never for Donbest, but England do look like they have moved their sights away from him.
We just saw these youngsters, isn't he? We've got Rayan Ahmed and Farhan Ahmed. How are you gonna? I mean, I think Farhan Ahmed is going to be the better of the two brothers, and Rayan is pretty blooming good. Opened the batting last week, didn't he? That's going to be interesting. See if he does that again. He's a confident lad, Rayan Ahmed. I like that. He's gone, right, well, how can I get in this England side? Right, they need an opener. I'm going to do it. Jack Leach still there or thereabouts. Forget about Tom Hartley.
Shoaib Bashir.
Shoaib Bashir.
See, I think Shoaib Bashir is going to have to look for a move away from Somerset.
It's not exactly been brilliant for Glamorgan so far. I don't know if England think of him as highly as they do a year ago. I don't know. Be interesting to see.
Well, they sent him on that Lions tour down to Australia, and they was kind of getting him used to the Australian conditions. He didn't exactly do as well as they thought he was going to.
Well, Australia will definitely put whoever England's spinner is, they'll put them under pressure from the start, won't they? They'll know there'll be a lot of noise about them.
So maybe that's just raised a few question marks, and yeah, Bashir going on loan to Glamorgan to get game time early on in the season. You'd imagine, considering how, as the floodlights are back on, Somerset seem committed to Jack Leach as the number one spinner down there. Archie Vaughan now coming on as well. Turned away, 2 straight from Rhodes. That'll be 4 for Bess. He doubles his score. The end of the over. The 200 up for Yorkshire as well. But yeah, you think someone like Bashir's going to have to make the move like Don Best did to another county where he can really cement himself as the number one spinner and get that consistent game time, which is not quite materialised for him down at Taunton. You say that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, it feels increasingly like that's going to be the situation. Where do you go? Where are you guaranteed to play as a spinner? Rain. Hooping it. Lloyd Robertson diving in front of first slip. Look where he's ended up there. Clapping on the floor. It's a pose similar to the one my daughter's in quite a lot of the time. Just on the floor, clapping around.
Well, they're both bundles of energy.
Yeah, not sure she would have dealt with the hooping Ben Rain delivering quite as well. Into his 17th over, Ben Rain.
Yeah, this is the thing. You'd imagine after tea we'll see a little bit of Conor Ackerman just to help out the seamers. As you mentioned, he's not been used yet, but you'd imagine at some point after tea, maybe Rhodes and Ackerman for around 71, 72 overs, get through to the new ball, allow Rain and Potts a bit of a rest before they go again.
Yeah, it's difficult balance, isn't it? Because you don't want to take the pressure off Yorkshire. To 200 for 6. Still, Durham nudging their noses in front, I'd say, right now. But a partnership here, and that could change quickly. And what Durham don't want to do is give them 17, 18 overs an hour to bat. Well, they don't have to think about it as much. I mean, Rhodes asks questions, so does Ackerman, but they're not the same, right, as Potts dug it. Rain and Coghlan. It's good to have options, though. You'd imagine taking that second new ball will be Rain and Potts, so this could be his last spell before the second new ball. But as I said, Durham, I just want to finish it off before then. Why use a second new ball? Save the cash. Keep it in its wrapper. Save it for later in the season. Bowl them out in under 80. Back of a length. Punched. Emilio Gay diving away to his left. Saves a single. End of the over. 62 gone in the day, Yorkshire. With Don Bess at the crease on 8. And George Hill unbeaten on 29. A 200 for 6.
One over each for Rhodes and Rain before the players can have a break. Slightly full shot there from Bess. Rhodes targeting the front pads.
Bit of pat.
Inside edge. Too wide there. Bess is comfortable leaving that. Maiden from Rhodes in the penultimate over before the tea break. 200 for 6.
Which makes this the last over before tea, right, Roll Brush? 33 left.
You would be correct, Sam Dalling.
Just before 5 to 4. So we're about at 15-20 minutes behind schedule. Not too bad, given there's been a grand total of 0 overs of spin bowled. Is Ben Rain into George Hill, who has 29 runs. And he still does. How many overs do you reckon Ben Rain could get through in a day? He'd be alright for 30, wouldn't he? It's a push.
It's more than you would want, but yeah.
No, I'm talking hypothetically here. How many overs do you reckon?
I'd say 30.
Yeah. It's a lot of running that in here. Slightly too straight. Flicked away by Hill. Single down to McKinney. Patrolling that empty stand with his floppy cap on. Already taking a catch in front of it. They fill that up for the T20, did they, Rob Rush?
They do indeed.
Loads of students. Get them in there. Short ball pulled away along the ground to Ben McKinney, who's well positioned. Bess has another single. Not timed. They get another single. 2 balls left before tea. Been a good session for Durham. 4 wickets have fallen within it. Yorkshire 203 for 6. Floodlights have been on the whole time. They've been on since about midday. It's dark. It's gloomy. It's not wet though, crucially. Rain elsewhere in the country, not here up at the Banks Homes Riverside. Emilio Gay goes into a catching position at extra cover. No, at cover, I'd say. Extra cover. Take 1. Misfield. Come back for a second. Last ball of the session. A sprawling Ollie Robinson can only tip it round the post. What's he going to be giving us? 4 byes, harsh on the keeper. Look at where he's finished. Basically on the end of a second pitch. So a slightly sloppy way to end a pretty good session. Tea has arrived. Yorkshire are 209 for 6. George Hill is unbeaten on 31. Dom Best has 11. Durham picked up 4 wickets in the session. Brendan Doggett has 4 for. Will Rhodes 1. Ben Rain 1. Rob Rush is going to go and put the kettle on, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. Welcome back to the Banks Home Riverside, Yorkshire. 209 for 6. Players are out in the middle. They are playing Durham, in case you hadn't guessed. I'm Sam Dalling. Rob Rush is alongside me with a stack of custard creams that he has stolen from upstairs. He very generously just offered me one. I've turned them down, shown a bit of discipline. I'm also going to enjoy listening to Rush work his way through the stack, quietly. If you haven't been with us today, it is gloomy, it is dark, the floodlights are on. The game's probably quite even at the moment. Maybe Durham nudged ahead. Durham won the toss a little bit earlier on, a fair bit earlier on. What is it now? 20 past 4, coming on 20 past 4. So, that doesn't really matter, does it? It was about 6 hours ago. Alex Lee said, right, Johnny Bester, you're going to go and bat. Johnny Bester has batted. He's not batting anymore. Brendan Doggett's picked up 4 wickets. Ben Rain 1. Matthew Potts is going to start us off. He's wicketless. And that's got past Lees, who I think got a little bit of body, maybe a bit of hand on it. Isn't going to be able to stop it, though. Gets a stare from his bowler. George Hill opens up with a boundary to take him to 35. Don Bess is the other not-out batter. Bit of wind. 32 overs left in the day, if the light holds. It's been spitting, I'm reliably informed, all afternoon session. A little bit of rain. Nothing too heavy, nothing that has caused the umpires to consider taking the players off the pitch. If you're just joining, welcome. Plenty of Durham fans, plenty of Yorkshire fans on the live stream. Good numbers on the stream as well. Get in touch, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Right there, Rushy lad. Just setting your bedroom up, are you? Rearranging the furniture. Take your time, mate. Good line from Potts. Good leave. Have you brought a sleeping bag for?
You see the kitchen sink I've got outside.
I'll draw the line at a urinal, alright?
Huh?
Good from Potts. Run down to Gay at third. What have we got? Sunderland drawing at Bristol City. I think they're down to 10 men at... Yeah, is it Trey Hume? Sent off after 7 minutes. Took the lead. Bristol City back in it. Rob Dickey. Possession-wise, Bristol City 77%. So that looks like a bit of a battering. Although, struggling to carve out clear-cut chances. Middlesbrough drawing with Plymouth Argyle. Driven. Didn't get hold of it. Need to win that, really, Middlesbrough. Bristol City drawing is a decent result for them. Coventry winning. Frank Lampard's Coventry, as we're contractually obliged to call them.
There's been some turnaround that he's produced.
Oh, yeah. That probably almost ends West Brom's playoff hopes. Anyway, that's enough football, Rushy.
Too much football, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I had my fix last night.
Oh, here we go. Fair play. Fair play. Everyone wanted Manchester United to lose, but you have to say well done. Those nights like that don't happen very often, do they? Absolutely mental.
Who's going to open up? It's going to be Ben Rain to continue. We switching ends?
You and I?
Yeah, we switching ends?
I don't mind, mate. I mean, I only did the other end because you were
covering for me. I appreciate it.
You were late coming back.
Well, you know, I like everything just so. You know.
Yeah, you do. You're a meticulous man. All right. Well, let's keep our own ends. I'll do one more.
Good effort.
You can just make sure everything is at right angles on your desk for a little bit longer.
Don't worry, I've got a tape measure in my bag. I'll just get it out real quick.
2 slips. Hill's got 36.
Ooh.
Flicked past mid-wicket to the right of Doggett.
That kept low there from Rain.
Into his 19th over Ben Rain. Second new ball due in, well, just a ball shy of 15 overs now.
I don't think this is going to be a long opening spell for these two. I think 3 overs each. That's what I'd be looking for, but
Bit of R&R.
that's why I'm up here. That's why I'm up here and not down there playing.
And you're doing a blooming good job of it.
You're too kind.
Sometimes I am.
Fortunately, other places around the country, Sam, have not been as lucky as us with the weather.
I know, there's a lot of rain around, isn't there?
Sussex are still off for rain after an early lunch.
They were going well as well.
Early lunch, early tea. Somerset and Hampshire had the entire afternoon washed out and is still not on down there. Warwickshire and Notts went off in that first hour and they've still not come back. Beauty. Essex have been bowled out. Worcestershire pick up maximum bowling bonus points and Essex pick up no batting bonus points, doing it without Sam Cook this week.
Ah, yes, rested because there's a test match in a month.
You don't seem enthused by that decision.
Well, ambivalent to it. Seems a bit odd. I mean, it is over a month away, that test.
Take your point. Lancashire is still off for rain.
Always rains in Manchester, mate.
Glamorgan slide continues. 171 for 8. They are down at Lords. Derbyshire and Northamptonshire are still off for rain as well. Derbyshire 210 for 4. And T down at Bristol. Gloucestershire 225 for 4 against Kent. So currently, just 2 games underway. This is good from rain.
Oh, bit of an outside edge. Is it going to run away? I think it is. Graham Clark is going to chase it. Not going to get there. It's on best on 15. Yorkshire 219 for 6.
Two straight. Just a single though.
What do you think is a good score here, Rob Rush? I'm putting you under pressure.
320.
320. That's good. Okay.
We saw last week that Durham squandered opportunities to get above 400.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? 387 did they get first dig?
Yeah, if that middle order could have provided a few extra runs, 400 was definitely within the equation. Nicely tucked away on the leg side by Bess, and good stop by skipper Lees. And that is all she wrote down at Hampshire. Play called for the day, so they will return tomorrow.
Wow.
Somerset 94 for 6 at close of play.
They might be hoping for a bit more rain there then. And a bit of a hole. Started well enough, didn't they?
Yeah. Just the one slip in Will Road. Colin Ackerman's gone out to point. Ben McKinney in it. Cover. Ben Rain mid-off. Lees mid-on. Graham Clark mid-wicket. Brendan Doggett out at deep square. And Emilio Gaze at third.
Thanks, Rob.
Welcome, mate. I missed out. Got it wrong. Missed the fielder out.
Oh, no. Do you want to go again? Just start again from the top.
No. Brendan Doggett was at long leg. And George Giselle's on it as a sub-fielder. He was at deep backward square. Trying to work out who's off the field. Paul Coughlin is not on the field.
Thanks, Rob.
Welcome, mate. Very much cheers, Jeff energy.
Cheers, Jeff. Right. Ben Rain, ball in hand. Over number 20 for him. 1 for 49. 2 slips. Deep point has just been given the nod. Let's go up to more orthodox point. Emilio gazing at cover. Matthew Potts mid-wicket. There's Emilio Gay swooping. Think this could be the game he properly comes good, Emilio Gay. Backing him, Rob Rush. Nodding that head. He's a class act, isn't he? Emilio Gay, I think he's going to score a lot of runs up here. Gay and Rhodes are going to prove very shrewd acquisitions.
It's just a matter of time.
Umpire's having a word with Alex Lees. What are they saying? Not sure. It almost looked like he was pointing at his watch.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time for Emilio Gay and Will Rhodes. I've already seen Emilio Gay score a 50. Here, last game of last year against Kent. I mean, he'll openly admit he's not quite had the impact he wanted to, but he's a very confident player. Doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low.
Yeah.
And Will Rhodes' record speaks for itself. Just need time.
Off the back foot, nice shot.
Lovely.
Nicely timed. Kudos to Lees, who started sprinting off after it and then realised that Don Bess had struck that too well. He moves on to 20. Nice little partnership building. Yorkshire need a decent partnership here. They were in a little bit of trouble. Durham were on top. Don Bess, though, has 20. George Hill has 38. Last wicket fell on 190, so partnership's worth 35 so far.
Had our first email of the day.
Oh, hallelujah. Is it a good one? Is it a nice one? Okay,
I'll read out the end of the over.
you do that.
I will do that, mate.
I've had too much coffee today, haven't I? I'm being nice to you, though, largely.
Do you know what, though? I want you to have a think about where this email could have come in from. Like location-wise, where are the people living that they sent the email from? Because I would bet, I'd put a good amount of money that you would get it wrong.
Okay. I mean, the odds are against me, mate, to be honest.
I guess you've got anywhere in the world that's got an internet signal.
You haven't exactly. This is not an even contest between bat and ball right now, Rob. So smug as you said it as well. I bet you can't guess where in the world out of any of the places. No, I probably can't, Rob. I'll try. I'm going to guess it's not Durham or Chester Street, because the way you phrased it, unless you're double bluffing, it's going to be obscure.
You'd be correct. So there's 2 places.
Okay.
Ruled out.
Fine. Down to third. Just a single to end the over. 68 gone. Yorkshire 226 for 6. I reckon we have had an email from Arkansas.
You got the right country.
Okay. It would have been incredible scenes.
If you'd have got that, I think I would have walked out the room.
Where's it from?
Virginia.
Virginia was actually on my... I changed last minute as well.
Oh, he was there.
Just because of the song Almost Heavens. West Virginia. Go on then.
Mike and Catherine Smith, thank you very much, Huma. Hi guys, nice to see live streaming of Yorkshire cricket, even though now residents of Grottoes, Virginia, USA, alongside the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Blue Ridge Mountains. West Virginia.
The jukebox has had a 5p put in it. Matthew Potts has had 5p put in him after the tea break. Steaming in with intent. They're originally from Keighley in West Yorkshire.
Oh,
Miss live cricket, but streaming service great, and keep up the good service.
Thank you very much to the Smith family. Much cricket in West... I mean, it's getting big in America. We were talking about Liam Plunkett being the face of American cricket. Los Angeles Olympics, they're playing it, aren't they? Not many teams, I don't think, in that. But yeah, that's the beauty of live streaming, is that you can watch any of the county games around the world. I love that. What's the most obscure place you've watched a stream from? You're the kind that to watch them on holidays and things like that. You're a bit like Harry Everett, friend of mine.
To be honest, I don't think there is any obscure place, because I'm either working here, working in London, or at home.
Who do you work for in London?
You mentioned it more than me, mate.
I know.
No more play possible at Old Trafford.
Properly wet there as well, then, is it?
Looks like it. Middlesex pick up maximum bowling bonus points. Glamorgan 173 for 9. Down at Lords. Short. Turned around the corner. To Doggett. Paul Coughlin's still off the field. Durham will hope that's nothing serious.
Yeah, it'd be a bit worrying that if it were, wouldn't it? Hope he's okay.
Soft hands. Run away to third. It would make Will Rhodes and Colin Ackerman even more important to this game if Paul Coughlin does have any type of injury. sharp
That's a beauty.
from Potts. He is still wicketless though. 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 60 for him. Johnny Bairstow took a liking to him
A shine.
in that afternoon session.
A shine to him.
Straight after Durham had got a ball change, it's going to be Ben Rain to continue. 10 overs till that second new ball is available, Sam.
Yes, Rob.
What would you be doing if you were Alex Lees in this situation?
I think I'd take Potts off now. You can give Rain 1 or 2 more, right? So they both want to bowl with the new ball. I think they would want to bowl from the opposite ends to which they are operating currently, Rob. There'd be a temptation to throw Brendan Dogg at the new ball, second new ball, and see what he can do. He's got a fourfer. Colin Ackerman is in that catching mid-wicket for George Hill. Just the one slip left, Will Rhodes. Pulled along the ground. A firm connection, but just one. Out to Matthew Potts at deep square leg. I don't think we're going to see any of Colin Ackerman. You've got to keep the pressure on. .39 now, the partnership between these two. Driven. Nice shot from Dom Bess. No need to run those, lad. 26. Look really composed, Dom Bess, since he's come out there.
A player full of confidence. After last week.
I think they'll be absolutely brimming, oozing confidence, Yorkshire. What was their record win?
Record county championship win, 504 runs.
Hell of a victory, that. A way to get back up and running in Div 1. After a bit of a humbling the week before. Bit of a welcome to the top tier. Oh, I thought that was a caught and bold chance for half a second there. Bum ball. Good line. Good leave.
Good cricket.
Cricket is the winner. Never understood that phrase, really. Well, I do understand it. Maybe I just don't like it.
What? Cricket is the winner?
Mm.
Two types.
That is close. Kept a little low. Let's give Don Best the benefit of the doubt and say he knew exactly where his off stump was to the millimetre or two. End of the over, 2-3-3 for 6.
It's one of those ones you'll watch it back and you'll think, thank God I did not hear my bails being removed.
Worcestershire lost their first wicket. Essex 179 all out, but Jake Libby has fallen. Shane Snater.
Still going to be Potts from the Lumley end.
One more, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think Brendan Doggett was just going through some warm-ups in between the overs. How's Vic's Swindon Town getting on, Sam?
Oh, good question. What are they, League 2?
Believe so.
Let's have a look at the Wrexham score. That title race in League 1 is tight. Wickham winning at Bolton, Wrexham drawing.
Callum Parkinson won't be happy at that scoreline.
No. Winning 3-0 at Grimsby. Big day out for... About to call him Pier Holloway, but Pier Holloway used to open the bang or bat in the top order for Somerset in the 90s. It's not him. Ian Holloway. Tell you what, they were down in flirting with relegation when Holloway went in. They've had a good second half of the season, Swindon. Not far off the playoffs, probably too little too late, but...
Scotland women v Ireland women. Looks like it's going to go down to the wire. Scotland women 268 for 7.
Right.
And Ireland women 190 for 4, requiring 79 more in 78 deliveries.
It does sound tight.
Lovely. Lovely from George Hill. Shares a back tap with Bess. He moves herself to 44 and yeah, just slightly overpitched.
I think we're about to see Mr. Doggett from the Finkel end.
Targeting the pads. Here's Potts. $238 for 6. I think the dog is going to return.
Yeah, why not? 4 so far. So 4 overs. Are we right? No. 5 from this end before that second new ball is due. So I don't think he's going to be the man to take it. Expect to be Matthew Potts. Well, that's a while away. That's 9 overs still. Can Durham make further inroads? Can they finish the Yorkshire innings off? Can Yorkshire stave them off? All questions that we don't yet know the answer to, Rob. We'll find out, though. We'll find out. Just the one slip in. Is that Will Rhodes warming up again? What's he bowled? 4 overs so far, Will Rhodes? Yeah, just the 4. So the other 4 seamers have shared the majority of the load. A bit more pace then from Doggett. Just a step up in gas from Ben Rain. Can they find a wicket? Found 6 already to date. Alex Lee's having won the toss. Oh, inside edge, bit of pad. Single. Dog gets so close to his maiden fifer in Durham colours. Is he holding his arm? Just shaking that right hand. In a little bit of pain. Is it his wrist? Yeah. Just flexing it. Waving it as if a fish motion. Keep an eye on that, Rob Rush. Keep your eagle eye on it. Do a little feature, but like NASA used to do. Opens the face. What is it? What they used to call it? Third man. You know, when they skipped off. Get some Rob Rush analysis. Paul Coughlin's still not back on the field.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a double change. You can see Will Rhodes top of your screen going through some warm-ups.
Pulled. Just one, I think. That'll be out to Matt Potts. 50 partnership, is that between these two? Yeah, 50 partnership, 79 balls, 51 minutes. Don Besser's got 27 of them. George Hill has 19. And Durham will be a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, much needed partnership for Yorkshire. Halting the Durham charge and putting them just 10 runs away from the first batting bonus point.
Quickly round, let's go is the call from Ollie Robinson. 72 overs gone in the day, 24 left, it's 10-5. That man in the, what do we call it, off-white t-shirt?
It's not off-white.
Cream.
Yeah.
The cream t-shirt there with the big smile. That's Robert Rush. No drinks on display today, Rushy.
Learned my lesson from last week.
You can just see half that stack of custard cream as well behind the laptop. Halfway through it. You done well actually, because I haven't noticed you taking any biscuit bites. Well played.
Stealth mode.
Good. Stealth. Cream egging. Cream egging? Custard creaming. 2 days ahead of myself.
Will Rhodes. Nicely off the back foot, but there is cover out there. Yeah, based on the fact Paul Coughlin's still not emerged after tea, I think this is a case of something rather than nothing. Very descriptive, I know, but
We'll try and find out what.
ooh, nicely played by George Hill, and that'll be his 50. Batted very nicely, first with James Wharton at the top of the order, and now in partnership with Don Best. 50 partnership brought up in the last over, and Hill moves to 50 himself. 8 fours for him. He'll be looking to push Yorkshire to a competitive total,
Which is?
I said
320, you reckon?
I said that, yeah, competitive. Could go down as a buy, I think. It will do. Northampton is a pad. They're going to get 1. End up being 2. And that is the first batting bonus point for Yorkshire. 250 is up. There was a no ball earlier in that over as well. Will Rhodes overstepping from the Lumley end. Yorkshire on the board.
Bit of Colin Ackerman warming up at first slip. I'm not sure if we'll see him. I think he might just be keeping his hands warm. I have been known to be wrong many times before though, Rob Rush.
$250 for 6.
It's Brendan Doggett with his cap off. He's about to wander in and hand it to umpire Shan Mugan. 4 to his name. Looking for that last wicket to bring himself a maiden first class 5 for Durham in England. On a bit of a run on the back of a wonderful Sheffield Shield campaign. A couple of Aussie bowlers doing alright in English cricket, Rob. Got your eye on Fergus O'Neill down at Nottinghamshire as well.
Was very impressive in that opening game of the season.
There is that World Test Championship final we were talking about coming up as well. They're not far away, those two.
Not at all.
Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins all out in the IPL. Although I think Cummins might have just left the IPL. I'm sure I saw a post saying thanks very much, India. But playing in England's perfect. Might be a few watching on in Australia. Those scenes when South Australia won it, having been the worst side for a fair few years. The worst side when he went across there, I think him and McAndrew went across, didn't they?
Nathan McAndrew?
Nathan McAndrew, yeah. Who's also played English cricket for a bit.
Played Sussex last year, I think.
I think he had a spell at Essex before that and didn't do so well, which isn't unusual actually. I remember talking to Peter Siddle a couple of years ago, and he said, I think McAndrew might be making his debut in the game as well for Essex. And he said, look, it's not unusual for guys to come over who haven't played much with the Duke's ball, who haven't played in English conditions on English pitches, to come over and not do so well. So actually, Doggett and O'Neill, to have started like they have done, is pretty impressive. Just one for Hill down at third. These two will be keen to still be out there when that second new ball does arrive. You'd imagine Durham will take it straight away. Can't see any reason why you wouldn't. Even with Paul Coughlin currently off the field. And we've talked before, haven't we, of... Look, it's dark, right? It's gloomy. I've had lights have been on since about midday. It's a classic summer's day in the northeast. It's not raining because it never rains here, as Victor Vane tells us. Driest ground in the country. Very different, having been out there for 2 hours, to being sat on that balcony, having to stand up, strap your pads on, go out and face a new ball when your eyes aren't really adjusted to it.
Durham just looking for that moment of magic since tee. Been quite sedate. Not a lot of movement, not a lot of chances. It's important that they keep their spirits up as they head towards the second new ball and not just coast towards it and allow Yorkshire to feel comfortable.
Driven. Fielder out there. George Drizzle, the sub. Keeps it to a couple. Hill comes back. He's got 53 of them. Yorkshire have 254 for 6. Just before 5 o'clock. So we're a bit behind on the over rate. 22 left today, a minimum of. Can't see us having any more than that given the time. We'll do well given it's so dark to get those 22 in.
Worcestershire have lost a second. Down at Essex. Yeah, 22 for 2. Glamorgan's last wicket partnership is defying the attempts of Middlesex to wrap the innings up. 198 for 9. Carved away. Too short and wide from Will Rhodes, and Dom Best does not need a second invitation to free the arms. He moves himself into the 30s. Said it when Dom Best walked out to Mill that Durham's work was nowhere near done. You know, Ryan Campbell said in his post-match interview last week, there is no such thing as the bunny anymore. In cricket these days, you've got to work for all 10 wickets. In Yorkshire, certainly enjoying their lower middle order assistance.
That's the beauty of county cricket, though, isn't it? It ebbs and flows. You think you got a team 6 down, you might have a team 5 down with a big total to chase. Then there's a partnership. Never over. That's not strictly true. It is sometimes over. Well, you know what I mean, Rob Rush.
I know what you mean, mate.
That's what I like about you. You always know what I mean. Particularly when I get my words wrong. Which seems to be happening increasingly often today.
Half stop by Gay. Batters will rotate strike. Hill just remarking his guard. Middle enough.
Hello.
Good bounce. Good zip. .260 for 6.
Brendan Doggett has his cap off. Does the sun have his hat on or off right now then, are we saying? Like Brendan Doggett's got his hat off. Because it's grey sky. Rob Rush has got half a custard cream in his mouth. I've caught him in the act. He just put half a custard cream in and he's trying to let it melt away in there. I know, it's a lovely flavour, isn't it, when it just melts in. Pastry. driven. Lee's will cut it off though, just be the one. Not pastry. Well, no, it's not pastry, is it? Biscuit and cream. Melted together in there. You back in the room, Rob Rush?
I have returned.
Sorry, mate. I didn't see. If I'd have seen you put the biscuit in, I wouldn't have asked you a question, I promise. I'm not that mean. I'm not that mean. A bit of gardening for Don Bess, moving a bit of grass off the pitch. Now he's ready. One slip, quite a wide slip, Will Rhodes. Pulled. Into a gap and over a gap. It's a no ball. And it's gone all the way for 6. Don Bess is seeing the ball pretty well. It might be dark, but he's been out there a while. He's moved on to 40. He's got 57. Brendan Doggett has tried the short ball, which has already worked for him once today. Hasn't worked that time. First 6 of the game. Does he win a prize for that?
Don't think so.
No? Okay. Umpire Shan Mugan just wanting to have a quick look at the ball, inspect it for any damage. He's happy. We can crack on.
Partnerships very quickly moved to 80 between
That's
these
it,
two.
really? That has accelerated. Yeah, you're right, Rob Rush. Frustrating for Durham. They just look quite comfortable at the moment, don't they? I think that second new ball can't come quickly enough for Durham. What I would be interested to know actually is how much Doggett bowls with a new ball in Australia. I don't know if this is when he usually operates. He's been, what, first or second change for Durham in the 2 games he's played. That's because Potts and Rain are settled. What have we got? 3,000 of you on the stream now. Numbers peaking. Bank holiday weekend. Bit of rain elsewhere. Why not check in on the proceedings at the Banks Homes Riverside? You're checking in on proceedings elsewhere, Rob Rush, aren't you? You're going to tell us at the end of the over. Oh, that'll be a delight. A Rob Rush roundup. So that is a little feature, shouldn't we? We need a jingle for that. Cut. Nice shot. Really nice shot from Don Bess.
It's whizzed away.
Backward a square. Colin Ackerman couldn't get anything on it. And that has whizzed away, as Rob Rush was saying.
Mitch Clean patrolling the boundary with a helmet in hand. I wonder if can see Colin Ackerman going through some stretches. I wonder if we will see a couple overs of spin before this second new ball.
I suspect what you don't want to do is overbowl Brendan Doggett.
Especially
when
if
you want him later on. If Coughlin is needed later on with that second new ball as first change. Sorry, if Coughlin isn't on for that second new ball. Edged and put down. It flew at him. It was a genuine outside edge. It was a fuller ball. Maybe Rhodes wasn't expecting it. He stuck that right paw out. It almost hit his right paw behind him, I think. They either stick or they don't, and on that occasion, they didn't.
Just
four more.
It's one of those things. So you create chances. You got to take them. It's as difficult as a chance it is. It goes down as a chance, and especially when a partnership's building. Partnership now worth 86 between these two. Durham looking to break it. Good change up from Doggett, going a bit fuller. They say genuine edge from Don Bess. Will Rhodes able to goalkeeper save it round the corner, but not able to cling on. And it will be Colin Ackerman from the Lumley end for a couple overs before Matthew Potts will charge in.
Yeah, I just don't think either batter or fielder expected that fuller ball from Doggett. Took them both by surprise.
Welcome to the attack, Colin Ackerman. Doggett tries his best with the diving stop, but Don Bess goes to 50 with a lovely paddle sweep round the corner. Very good innings. Obviously a batter full of confidence after his century last week. He's carrying on here at Banks Homes Riverside.
When they die and they lay me to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's done best.
Sam Downing jukebox is open for business.
Would you say 5p as well? You cheapened me earlier.
What is it, 10p?
10p a song, mate. Inflation and all that.
Carved. That's going for 4 as well. Durham for the first time today looking a bit short of ideas.
And I like this approach actually, because the whole point of Colin Ackerman bowling a couple of overs is to give the seamers a rest. And so if you just don't let him settle, they could very easily just pat a couple of overs of Ackerman back, but actually by showing this intent puts Lees under a bit more pressure.
And now that runs away. Can be at least 2. I think they'll settle for 2. Mitch Killeen temporarily on as another subfielder. Ben Rain will come back on at the end of the over. So currently Paul Coughlin has been missing for 12 overs. It'll be 13 at the end of this one.
This is where the rules test me.
Down the track. A skip from Hill. So if Paul Coughlin was to return at the end of this over, he would have to wait 13 overs before he can bowl.
Got you.
So the amount of time you spend off the field,
You have to wait.
you have to wait before you can bowl.
That's what I thought it was. I just wasn't. They play around, don't they?
Another skip. A productive over against Connacht, and this partnership is, within the blink of an eye, has moved to 99.
Yeah, good cricket boys was the call. In a Yorkshire accent, I wasn't sure if it came from the balcony or from a travelling Yorkie, but it was a good shout, as we say. Positive against Ackerman, conceded 13 off that one over, which makes Alex Lees go, oh, can I just leave him on for 1 more, 2 more? Well, it'd only be 1 more, wouldn't it? It's a change of ends for Will Rhodes, so I can see what he was trying to do. Take a bit of pressure off Doggett. 19 overs he's bowled already.
Yorkshire season the initiative. They'll obviously be aware that Paul Coughlin's not on the field. They'll know that Durham, therefore, a down-a-seam bowler, means extra work for everyone else. That they've already got through a lot of work today. This is where Yorkshire want to make it count towards that second new ball, where scoring might slow up a little bit. Then also after they get through that initial period.
Here's Rose. Driven to Lees. So Doggett's bowled 19. Matthew Potts has bowled 17. Ben Rain's bowled 21. And we think, well, Paul Coughlin certainly won't be able to bowl. If he were, as Rob Rush said, to come back on right now, he wouldn't be able to bowl until the last couple of overs of the day. They've got a second new ball due in 17 balls' time. So a bit of juggling required from skipper Alex Lees. Can you juggle?
No.
You're not? One of the few things I actually can do. You had to juggle with fire or knives. Which one would you choose?
I think I'll accept my fate. No slips.
Ackerman in close catching. Little dink sweep. It's gone up in the air. And it has gone down to the boundary for a 1 bounce 4. Innovative batting from Don Best. Great pressure from Yorkshire. That's 100 partnership up. 103 between these two. Don Best has got 56 of them. George Hill's got 36. It's only taken them 115 balls, so the scoring rate is pretty good. An hour and a quarter. That's how quickly this game has shifted. Momentum. Couple of wickets before tea. Quick fire wickets. 4 in the session as well. Put Durham very much on top. Don Best looks like a batter who knows he's in top nick. Just looks comfortable.
Yeah, as I mentioned, first time today that Durham are looking short of ideas, short of inspiration.
It's difficult for a captain, isn't it, in this situation where he knows he's a seamer. Like, okay, he's got the luxury of Will Rhodes as a 5th seamer, who could, in most sides, I think, be a 4th seamer, right? He's played that role plenty of times before. But no frontline spinner. Ackerman's bowled 1 over. It's gone for 13. 2 set batters. Second new ball is due, though. It's not all darkness. But he's going to have to juggle.
I think you're going to have Ackerman for that second over. You might just have to push the field back and accept that it might be 6 singles.
Well, you're going to have 16 overs left in the day with that second new ball. Ideally, you want those to be shared between Potts, Rain and Doggett. It's going to be a push to ask even Ben Rain to bowl an 8 over spell at this stage in the day, having bowled 21 overs, so Lees needs to think about it, do a little bit of juggling.
Yeah, George Rizal has trotted off, so Mitch Killeen remains on as sub-fielder. Just pads up. Good use of the feet, getting outside the line. Better from Ackerman. Maiden, 294 for 6.
Much better. Much better. One more. Till that second new ball is due. Will Rhodes has jumper off again. Hands it to umpire Shan Mugan. 1 for 29 from his 7 overs so far, Will Rhodes. Almost 2 for. That catch dropped at slip. No, it wasn't. It was he who dropped the catch. At slip. Off Brendan Doggett. Need to break this partnership, Durham, desperately. 190 to score when they came together, 104 runs later. They're still together, not part of the Durham plan. Can't quite pull it around the corner. It's drizzling. The camera operators were saying it's been drizzling most of the day, very lightly. It ain't warm. Plenty of hardy souls still in the ground. Gentle through to Ollie Robinson. Feels like we're in a bit of a holding period.
I'd agree.
We're in that little bit of the submarine where you go into the middle room. You lock the door behind you. We're just waiting to unlock the door out into the ocean. Just one. Is that the analogy you were thinking of, Rob? Or?
No.
No.
It works though.
It sort of works. I wasn't so sure about it, but I'd committed to it, and I think you have to, when you commit to something, you have to go through with it. .295 for 6. Bess is catching Hill up here, actually. Two deliveries left in over number 80. Remember, Alex Lees won the toss a little bit earlier on today. Asked Johnny Burstow to tell his openers to go and get ready to bat. Yorkshire probably won the first hour.
Durham won the second hour.
And the second session.
Yorkshire thoroughly winning the final session.
Can all change. Nearly changes there. Full stroke from Don Bess. Just fallen over. Tempted into a drive by Will Rhodes, and George Hill probably wanders down and has a chat with his partner and says, look mate, second new ball due in one ball, got to be you and I really, we're the in batters. Cut away, brilliant bit of fielding there at backward point. Just one from the 80th over. Yorkshire 295 for 6. Surely.
Alex Lees has thrown that ball away with disgust.
Yeah, Ben Rain is trotting towards the end of his run-up.
Looks like it's going to be a quick game down at Essex.
Oh, go on. How many down at Worcestershire now?
4.
They're batting. First things batting is really letting them down at the moment, Worcestershire, isn't it? They've just not been able to impose themselves on any of the, 3 games now. Unless something changes in this first innings.
No surprise. New ball taken. Ben Rain has it. Lumley end. That is all she wrote at Birmingham as well. Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire taken from the field in that first hour. Unable to return. Derbyshire and Northamptonshire have a restart time. 5:30. Edged and gone! Or is it?
Colin Ackerman's not sure.
Umpire's going to have a conflab.
George Hill's not sure. Ackerman, in fairness to him, has gone, well, look, I don't know.
It's been given. He has been given. Ben Rain strikes. Partnership broken. What's that good old saying? If you need something, do it yourself.
Second new ball has spoken. Not taken long at all. Couldn't have happened any more quickly, in fact, with that second new ball. Colin Ackerman, with the claws, wrapped it right round the ball. George Hill was distraught. Well batted, George Hill, 64 from 88, but that partnership needed breaking from a Durham perspective. 105 runs. Speaking of hundreds, Cameron Green's got 100 on debut for Gloucestershire. Not able to run. It looked like he was suffering from sort of muscle fatigue. Sprinted for a single and had to go off with cramp once he reached his 100. Hopefully he's all right.
Imagine this is Jordan Thompson walking out at number 9. It is indeed.
Not a bad player to have coming in at 9, actually.
No, and Durham, as I mentioned, first time throughout the day, they looked a little bit short of ideas. Alex Lees gets the perfect start. He gets the perfect start he wanted with the second new ball. Sharp chance, low chance through to Colin Ackerman down at second slip. He made no mistake. Umpires, quick coming together, quick chat. And George Hill was sent on his way. So Derbyshire are going to resume 210 for 4 if they get underway at 5:30. Gloucestershire, as you mentioned there, Sam, Cameron Green century, 290 for 4 against Kent. Glamorgan all out for 199. Down at Lords, and Middlesex are currently 6 without loss in reply. And they're still off at Hove. Sussex's quick start has been halted by the weather.
They'll be disappointed with that as well, won't they?
Chipped. Jordan Thompson cannot believe what he's just done. Alex Lees can't believe his luck. 100 and odd run partnership. Second new ball comes around. Bang, bang. Ben Raines on a hat-trick.
Game changes so quickly. We've said that. You talk about wickets falling in clusters. For the second time in 2 games, Rob Rush is on a hat-trick.
Don't worry, mate. On one of the 2 games that I'm not on comms, you will be on a hat-trick.
I've not even had a chance to read out Jordan Thompson's batting average or any of his stats. There's no point now. Not for now. Sorry, Jordan Thompson.
Second innings.
Second innings. Now Durham with a real chance, right? They're all right. They'll have to bat in this gloom, but to bowl Yorkshire out for, well, they'd have been looking at sub 250 really at one point today. That partnership between Bess and Hill has taken it away from them a bit, and they've just
that wicket
pulled
as
it
well
back.
is a spitting image of the one that Matthew Potts got last week.
It is.
It's a spitting image. Trying to think who Potts got for that second wicket last week.
No, you're testing me, mate.
I'm testing myself as well. Ben Sears
On debut.
is indeed his first ever foray into overseas cricket. Played all his cricket so far, domestic-wise, in New Zealand. Has played a test for the Black Caps. He's got the task of blocking out a Ben Rain hat-trick ball. Last bowler to take a hat-trick for Durham, Chris Rushworth. Don't believe on this ground though. I believe Steve Harmison has that honour. Emilio Gay will make it 3 slips. Ben Rain on a hat-trick. Ben Sears is up to the task, but Durham, those 2 wickets with the new ball completely changing the complexion of their evening session.
And that's all you've got to do, right? Hat-trick ball. Get it on the stumps. Make them play. I don't think you can ask for much more than that from Ben Rain. Play with their nerves. Don't allow them just to leave it free to the keeper. Second time in the innings, we've had 2 wickets in and over already. Ooh, that moved.
2 types. Said that a lot today.
You have. I hope people know what it means. Not everyone will.
Double wicket maiden. 295 for 8.
Ideal, that. From a Durham perspective, Alex Lees will have a beaming grin on his face, I'm sure. Bit of sunshine back in his life after a difficult hour or so. That's what happens in 4-day cricket. And as we all might have expected, Matthew Potts has jumper off. He's going to take the second new ball. Umpires coming together. Are they a bit worried about the light here? Has it got a little bit darker? They're both approaching Alex Lees. And he's been called for a chat by Martin Saggers, or is Martin Saggers just going to have a look at the ball? No, we're going to go off, are we? Too dark? And that is the issue. And, you know, in a different situation in the game, Alex Lees might say, OK, I'm happy to bowl Will Rhodes and Colin Ackerman, but certainly not with that second new ball. Not with that second new ball talking as well. Chris Rushworth with a couple of wickets. So the umpires will take a light reading now, and this will be the level for the rest of the game. Is it? Did I just say that? Ignore that. Ben Rain taking wickets for Durham in 2024. You had your headphones set off. You couldn't get it back on quick enough to point out my mistake there. You managed to swallow your custard cream whole in order to point out one of my mistakes. There you go. That's the kind of man Rob Rush is for you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As the bad light brings a temporary, at least, close. I'm not sure if it'll get any lighter. We'll find out. We'll be here to tell you. We all know what kind of person Robert Rush is. 295 for 8.